We begin our meetings with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. For the invocation, you're welcome to stand and join us, or you're welcome to have your own individual prayer, or you can use this time for a moment of silence. Commissioner Marvin Arrington will give the invocation, after which I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Arrington.
Good morning. Heavenly Father, we come here today to ask your guidance as we guide Nash County through today and tomorrow. We hope that you will continue to bless our citizens, and we pray that you will continue to give them guidance as they live their lives and protect their families. We pray that you will continue to bless us all in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have no one that has signed up for public comments this morning, so we will now move to agenda item number 4, approval of minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes for approval from our regular meeting of May 5th, our recessed joint meeting of May 14th with Nash Community College and Nash County Public Schools Board of Education, and our regular meeting of May 19th. Without objection from the board, we will approve the 3 sets of minutes with one motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion for approval?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. The minutes are approved. We will now move to agenda item number 6, service weapon request, award request. And I'd call on Chief Deputy Alan Wilson to present the request. I think, Chief Deputy Wilson, you've actually got 4 to do this morning.
Yes, sir. We have 4 we're going to request. One of the members could not be here today, so we'll be presenting to 3 of them if approved. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. As you know, we're here to respectfully request your approval to present the Service Issue 357 firearm to 4 distinguished members of our office who have recently retired after long and honorable service. Each of these individuals have not only completed a full career with Nash County, with the Sheriff's Office, but they've also retired in good standing with full benefits. As you know, the gesture of presenting the firearm is one of deep tradition in law enforcement. It's an opportunity to honor their legacy by allowing them to retain the sidearm they carried in service to Nash County and our citizens. If I may briefly recognize each one of these members. Lieutenant Angel Ricks began her career in 1997, devoting more than 2 decades to shaping young lives through the DARE program. She spent 23 years teaching drug abuse resistance education to elementary students and served an additional 4 years as a school resource officer at Red Oak Middle School. She retired as the supervisor of our SRO division. Her commitment to the youth and the special needs has left a lasting and positive impact on Nash County. Lieutenant Brian Ricks, he joined the Sheriff's Office in 1999 and served in the patrol and civil divisions as well as in our schools as a resource officer. His leadership was recognized with promotions to sergeant and later lieutenant, culminating in his role overseeing all courthouse sergeants and bailiffs. His consistent leadership and commitment to public service has no doubt strengthened our office. Sergeant Vernon Battle, who cannot be here with us today, joined us following 4 years of service in the United States Marine Corps. He began in our detention center. He graduated from the basic law enforcement training and went on to serve in the patrol division, investigations, and civil division. He retired as our chief bailiff, ensuring that the daily security of the Superior Courtroom was taken care of. Sergeant Battle brought professionalism and discipline to every assignment through his career. Sergeant Jeffrey Wilkins began in our detention center in 2000, later transitioning to patrol after completing of the basic training. He finished his career in the Civil Division, serving with dignity and dedication as a courtroom bailiff. Sergeant Wilkins has been a steady, dependable presence in our courthouse, ensuring order and safety for all who entered. Each of these individuals have served with honor, compassion, and diligence, which you know is our core values. Allowing them to retain their service sidearm is simply not just a token of appreciation. It's a meaningful gesture that reflects our respect for their sacrifice of their many years of service serving the public. So in addition, after this, if it's allowed, I would like to request permission to present Lieutenant Angel Ricks with one of the highest honors awarded by the Governor of North Carolina, which is the Order of the Longleaf Pine. This was not received until recently. And just to give you information, the Order of the Longleaf Pine is among the most prestigious awards granted by the state of North Carolina. It is awarded to individuals who have a proven record of extraordinary service to the state, demonstrating exceptional commitment, dedication, and leadership over the course of the career. Recipients are named ambassadors of goodwill and recognized for contributions that have made a lasting impact on their communities and state as a whole. So therefore, on behalf of Sheriff Keith Stone and the Nash County Sheriff's Office, I ask for your approval to award the .357 pistol to each one of the 4 retirees.
Sir, so granted. All right, we've got this slated as 4 individual presentations, so I think we'll keep it on that track. And we'll start first, since you're going to present the Order of the Longleaf Pine to Lieutenant Ricks, I think we'll do her last, if that's okay with the board.
That's fine.
And then we'll start with Lieutenant Brian Ricks, and go ahead and make that presentation if you would.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
point of order,
Yes, ma'am.
do we not need to approve this first before we go forward?
With the motion.
Yes, you're correct. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. Excuse me. All right, first we're going to do Lieutenant Brian Ricks. And first I want to say congratulations, Lieutenant. Thank you for your many years of service.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Now to ask for a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion is approved. Go ahead,
Yes, sir.
Chief Deputy.
Congratulations to you.
Before you leave, Lieutenant Ricks, does any member of the board wish to have any comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Any comments?
Yep. Thank you so
Commissioner
much.
Leggett.
Thank you so much for your service. We appreciate all the work you've done and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I
Commissioner
just wanted to
Wilkins.
say I attended the retirement at the courthouse, and I said everything, and again, thank you, all of you.
Other
I'll just
comments?
say thank
Commissioner
you for
Belfield?
your service.
Thank you.
Other comments? Commissioner Davis?
Well, I'm certainly not going to say I certainly appreciate your long service with Nash County, and hope you got something planned to move forward. You look too young to retire to me, so stay busy.
Other comments?
Thank you for your service, and I hope you have a lot of fun doing the hobbies that you like and enjoying this time with your family.
Any other comments? Thank you, Lieutenant Ricks. Let's give him another hand. Now we'll move to Sergeant Vernon Battle. Is there a motion for approval of Sergeant Battle's service weapon recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we approve.
Motion by Commissioner Wilkins, second.
A second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion is approved. Go ahead, sir.
And Sergeant Battle regrets that he couldn't be here today.
Right. Please send him my regards and thank him for his many years of service.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone wish to make any comments on behalf of Sergeant Battle? Some of you that
Yes.
might know him personally.
Just again,
Commissioner
I'll just say thank you. I want to thank him for his service.
Other comments?
Chief Deputy would email
Commissioner
us.
Davis?
Yes, sir. Chief Deputy would mail us his phone number. I would like to give him a phone call.
Yes, sir, I will do.
Thank you.
Other comments? Hearing none, we'll move now to Sergeant Wilkins. Is there a motion for approval of Sergeant Wilkins' service weapon award request?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passes. Go ahead, Chief Deputy.
Very good. I'd like to present your weapon to you.
Comments
Mr.
from the board? Commissioner Leggett?
Thank you so much for your service to Nash County. I wish you the best
Yes,
and
ma'am.
what you have planned, and hope everything goes well, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Other comments?
Thank you for your
Commissioner
service.
Belfield?
Thank you for your service.
Other comments? Commissioner Davis?
Sir, I certainly appreciate your long-time service with Nash County, and again, you look too young to retire to me, so I'm sure you'll find you something to do, or somebody's already got you something to do.
Yes, sir.
So stay busy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service, and I hope you enjoy a long retirement.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Other comments? Thank you, Sergeant Wilkins, for your service.
Yes, sir.
Let's give him another round. Move back now to Lieutenant Angel Ricks, Chief Deputy.
All right. Lieutenant Rick? He's going to present your weapon. They're gonna vote on it.
All right, is there a motion for approval of this request?
So
Move
moved.
for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. The motion passes. Congratulations, Lieutenant Ricks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your many years of service. Are there any comments from the board before the order of the long leaf pine is presented?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
this will sound a little funny, but I am so glad to see a woman out there. So thank you for your service and all you've done. Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you so much.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Leggett?
thank you so much for all you've done for Nash County and for the children of Nash County. I know you've made a significant impact, so, and I wish you all the best.
Any other comments?
Thank you for your service, and I'm sure you are an example for all the women that serve in law enforcement and our young ladies that are coming up in high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments? Commissioner Davis?
Again, thank you for many years of service. I've heard many things about you from my grandchildren that have gone through school, and always very positive. And I'm not going to say anything about you being a woman, but I will say that you definitely look too young to be retiring. So I hope you've got you something lined up to do, and I'm sure you do. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other
Yeah.
comments? Commissioner Belfield?
I don't know how I miss you being with the Sheriff Department, but thank you for your service.
Thank you. I've been in schools all the time, so,
Yeah.
out of sight.
Any other comments? Thank you, Lieutenant Ricks. Let's give her another hand.
At this time, we'd like to present Lieutenant Ricks with Longleaf Pine, and I'll read it off the presentation. Governor Josh Stein proposing special confidence in the integrity, learning, and zeal of Angela Vick Ricks. I do present the Order of the Longleaf Pine. With the rank of Ambassador Extraordinaire, privileged to enjoy fully all rights granted to members of this exalted order, among which is the special privilege to propose the following North Carolina toast and select company anywhere in the free world. Here's to the land of the longleaf pine, the summer land where the sun doth shine, where the wheat grows strong and the strong grow great. Here's to down home the old North State. Governor Josh Stein, March 31st, 2025. Thank you.
And thank you for the opportunity to work for this amazing county.
Thank you, Lieutenant Ricks, and thank you for your many years of service. Thank all of the recipients this morning for your many years of service.
If we
God
may
bless
get
you
a
all.
quick group picture. Thank y'all.
We'll now move to agenda item number 10, introduction of new NC Cooperative Extension Director. Call on Northeast District Extension Director Sandy Hall to present the request. Good morning, Ms. Hall. Good to see you again.
Good morning. It's very good to be here with all of you this morning, and I'm real excited to announce our new Director for Cooperative Extension. I want to first thank Regina Mosley, who served as interim since October 1st. It's been a long wait, but we finally have reached that place. Also want to thank the county manager and her team for giving us this opportunity to recognize Dr. Heather Glennon today, is who I have with us. She was appointed as the new County Extension Director on May 12th. She brings a wealth of experience in agriculture science, extension, and education. She holds a PhD in crop science with a minor in soil science and an MS in animal science, both from North Carolina State University. She has earned her BS in large animal science with a minor in agribusiness from Delaware Valley College in 1997. Most recently, Dr. Glennon comes to us as serving as the Associate Professor of Animal Science and Department Chair of Agricultural Sciences at the University of Mount Olive, where she had led the department, developed curriculum, advised her students, and managed the UMO Student Farms Livestock Educational Unit. Prior to this, she was the research specialist for the Meat, Goat, and Forage Extension Program at NC State University, conducting research, educating producers, managing experiential programs. Her extensive background in extension began in Penn State, where she worked as the 4-H livestock extension educator and a 4-H summer intern, managing youth agriculture programs and developing educational materials. In addition to her administrative roles, she will serve as your livestock extension agent. And so today, I welcome and ask you to recognize and welcome our new county director, Dr. Heather Glennon.
Welcome, Dr. Glennon. Any comments?
I would just like to say thank you. I'm very excited for this opportunity. I've been a livestock farmer in Nash County for the past 15 years, and I really look forward to helping all of the other producers in our county. And I would like to thank the county and the board for supporting our new 4-H program assistant position. She started today, so we are getting geared up for 4-H camp, and she is going to help us this summer, and I'm just so excited to be here. Thank you.
Comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say one thing. When I heard Penn State, it just sent light bulbs off. When I was in high school, Penn State University was the place to go when you graduate. Of course, I didn't make it there, but just even hearing it, you come from good stock.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other comments? Hearing none, congratulations, Dr. Glennon. Welcome to Nash County. We look forward to working with you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. We'll now move to agenda item number 11, call on Public Information Officer and Communications Director Jonathan Edwards to present the graduates. 2025 Citizens Academy.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for having us today. On March 18th, we kicked off the 2025 Nash County Citizens Academy, where participants spent 8 weeks learning about Nash County government and the services that we provide. This year, we had 21 people complete the program, 4 of which are Nash County employees. Altogether, they were the 16th class to complete the Citizens Academy and an absolutely wonderful group of people who represent the best of Nash County. I appreciate their commitment to the program, and I want to thank them for a great 8 weeks together. I'd also like to thank Communications Specialist Amber Dropko for her hard work helping with the Academy. And I have a short video to play, and then I'd like to have the commissioners come down one at a time by district to hand out certificates.
Hi, I'm Tamika Hill, a 2025 participant of Citizens Academy, and here's a look back at our 8 weeks of learning about Nash County government. Citizens Academy kicked off March 18th, where we learned a little about Nash County's history. We met the county manager, who explained the basic structure and purpose of county government, and we learned about the Planning and Inspections Department. Session 2 focused on money. We began with a presentation from Economic Development. We learned about money coming through the tax office and the use of these dollars from the Finance Department. We created our own county budget and had to agree with our small group on where to spend our imaginary tax dollars and what to cut. In week 3, we heard from 911 Communications, Emergency Management, and EMS. The highlight this week was a visit to the 911 center and a tour of an ambulance. During week 4, we met with Nash County Public Utilities and Facilities. We learned about the Department of Social Services, and we love visiting the Register of Deeds office and seeing old documents. In session 5, we heard presentations from the Health Department about clinical care, restaurant and food inspections, and well and septic systems. It was really interesting to learn how restaurants earn their sanitation grades. During week 6, we visited the Nash County Ag Center to learn about cooperative extension, soil and water, and the Board of Elections. Highlights included an erosion control activity with water guns and a mock election where we voted on our favorite ice cream flavor and favorite vacation destination. Session 7 was very memorable. We met District Court Judge Slaughter and learned about the court system in Nash County. We then heard from the Sheriff's Office, where we were treated to a K-9 demonstration and a tour of the Nash County Detention Facility. Our last session was May 13th at the Nash Senior Center. We enjoyed hearing from Parks and Recreation, Senior Services, and Travel and Tourism. Our highlight this week was a tour of the Senior Center and a performance from the Rowdy Rockin' Seniors, a cardio drumming group. I enjoyed being a part of this year's Citizens Academy, and I learned so much about what it takes to bring services to the residents of Nash County. If you are interested in joining the Academy, visit nashcountync.gov for more information.
Commissioner Arrington, would you please join us down here? From District 1, we had Mr. Brandon Denton. Not able to be here today was Ms. Claudia Davis. Thank you, Mr. Arrington. The only participant from District 2 was Mr. Jaquez Murphy, and he is not here today. Commissioner Howell, would you please come down? And from District 3, we had Ms. Carolyn Avon. Thank you, Commissioner Howell. Commissioner Leggett, would you please come down? And from District 4, we had Ms. Tamika Hill. Thank you, Commissioner Leggett. From District 5, we had Ms. Tanya Baker. We also had Mr. Alan Varon. Unable to be here today from District 5, we had Ms. Vanessa Furman, Ms. Lisa Gamble, and Mr. Mark Gamble. We had 2 out-of-county participants this year that are Nash County employees. Ms. Pye Burke. And Miss Amanda Easter. Commissioner Wilkins, will you please join us? Participating from District 6, we have Mr. Ricky Brake. Miss Maggie Brown. Mr. James Hirschhorn. and Ms. Shanita Jones. Commissioner Davis, would you please come down?
I'm sorry, I thought you had a pen. Thanks.
Ms. Janita Rogers. And also not able to participate today was Alicia Rumball, John Rumball II, John Rumball III, and Mr. John Woodruff. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Before our graduates leave, does any commissioner have any comments? Commissioner Davis?
Jonathan, it looked like you, based on your video, you might have had a star born in this group. Great job by Ms. Hill doing that. She's done a wonderful job.
Well,
Other comments? Commissioner
I'm
Belfield?
just going to say, I think Citizens Academy is a good thing that the citizens can learn more about county government. And one day, they may want to be a commissioner or serve on a major committee within the county. Good thing, keep it going.
Thank you.
Other comments? Let's
Thank-
give our graduates another round of applause. And of course, our graduates are welcome to stay if they so desire to do so. We'll move now to agenda item number 12, public hearing on conditional rezoning request CZ 250501, Wildlife Road subdivision. We'll call on Senior Planner Aaron Chalker to present the request.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Outlaw, members of the Board of Commissioners. It's been a while since I stood here before you presenting. Mr. Tyson was unexpectedly out sick today, so we wish him well and hope he feels better soon. The first item of 7 items that we have from the Planning Department today is public hearing on conditional rezoning request CZ 250501 for the proposed Wildlife Road subdivision. This particular property is in Commissioner Arrington District Number 1. The subject property is shown on your screen now. It is approximately 151 acres, consisting of all or portions of 2 adjacent tracts of undeveloped land owned by Dan L. Bell and Linda T. Bell, as well as William T. Freeman and Judy T. Freeman. It's located on the north side of Wildlife Road, northeast of the town of Castalia in the A1 zoning district. The prospective developer, Little Bear Creek Properties LLC, has submitted conditional rezoning request CZ 250501 to rezone the subject property to RA30CZ, single-family residential conditional zone, specifically for the development of the proposed 122-lot residential Wildlife Road subdivision. Approval of the rezoning request would have 3 substantial impacts on the subject property. Number 1, the required minimum lot area would be reduced from 40,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet, increasing the permitted residential density. Number two, there are more than 60 different land uses that are permitted for development under some circumstances in the current A1 zoning district that would no longer be permitted for development under the proposed RA30 zoning district, including but not limited to both single-wide and double-wide manufactured homes, manufactured home parks, duplexes, event and conference venues, private campgrounds, outdoor shooting ranges, kennels, demolition debris landfills, solar farms, solid waste collection disposal facilities, mining, explosives manufacturing, and salt mills. And number three, the subject property may only be developed in accordance with the proposed subdivision sketch plan. As a reminder, the conditional nature of this rezoning request allows for the attachment of reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. Now we will move on to the sketch plan that is proposed by the developer. This sketch plan was submitted by Pinotti Associates, which serves as the required site plan for this conditional rezoning request. It proposes the development of 7 new public road rights-of-way, 122 new residential lots, 1 special purpose lot for a shared mailbox kiosk, and 1 large special purpose lot for open space and stormwater management. All of the proposed lots would be accessed from the new interior subdivision roads, and none would be accessed directly from Wildlife Road. The sketch plan includes 2 stub road connections to the immediately adjacent properties to the west and 1 stub road connection to an immediately adjacent property to the east for future interconnectivity. Each of these new lots must either meet or exceed the 30,000 square foot minimum lot area and the 100-foot minimum lot width dimensional requirements of the proposed RA30 CZ district. Nash County Public Utility Service is currently not immediately available at this location, so the subdivision is proposed to be served by individual private on-site wells and septic systems. Anytime Nash County considers a rezoning, we have to take a look at our comprehensive land use plan. This request is mostly consistent with the recommendations of the 2022 Nash County Comprehensive Land Use Plan because, number one, the plan designates the subject property primarily as residential agricultural area and partially as water protection and natural resource area, as we can see on the map on your screen. The more yellow-green color is the residential agricultural area, and then, of course, the blue area is the water protection and natural resources area. Number two, the plan recommends a minimum allowable residential lot size of 30,000 square feet for the residential agricultural area, which is consistent with the dimensional requirements of the proposed RA30 CZ zoning district. Number three, the plan recommends that rezonings allowing for greater residential density in this residential agricultural area should be limited to RA districts only, which prohibits the development of manufactured homes, unless both public water and sewer service is available, which is also consistent with the permitted land use requirements of the proposed RA30 CZ zoning district. And finally, number four, while some of the residential lots proposed within the edge of the water protection area and natural resource area do include less than 40,000 square feet, the road network of this proposed subdivision is specifically designed to avoid direct impacts to the riparian stream buffers present on the subject property, and the design utilizes stormwater control measures to manage runoff from the development itself. There is a large undeveloped tract of open space proposed for the northern end of the site within the water protection and natural resource area. So now we will talk about reasonableness and spot zoning. This request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest because, number one, the request is not unreasonable spot zoning because the subject property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use similar to the adjacent and surrounding properties. Number two, approval of the request will permit smaller minimum lot areas and increase residential density, but the new zoning district is also much more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses than the current A1 zoning district. The Nash County Technical Review Committee considered conditional rezoning request CZ 250501 on May 1st and recommended approval, subject to the development conditions that are listed later on in the report. The Nash County Planning Board considered this rezoning request on May 19th. The following members that are listed in your report, members of the public, addressed the board in opposition to the request. There were approximately 10 members of the public from the Wildlife Road area and the surrounding area that spoke, citing concerns including the potential impacts of the development on the groundwater supply, local wildlife, property values, increased traffic, and increased demand on local schools and emergency responders. Also, Justin Brown with Pannoni Associates addressed the board on behalf of the applicant in support of the request at the planning board meeting. In a split vote of 6-1, the planning board recommended denial of this request, finding it unreasonable and not in the public interest because the increase in traffic on the dead-end Wildlife Road would be incompatible with the adjacent and surrounding area. And so with that, we have two suggested motions for your consideration this morning on this item. One to approve the zoning map amendment and one to deny the zoning map amendment. I would like to emphasize that the motion to approve does include reasons supporting approval from the Technical Review Committee, while the motion to deny includes reasons that would support denial as cited by the Planning Board in their consideration. And any of those reasons is at the disposal of the board or can be amended if you so choose. There are 5 development conditions that staff has proposed that I would like to go through quickly if this item were to be approved. Number 1, the subject property shall be developed in accordance with the approved sketch plan for the Wildlife Road subdivision. Number 2, the subject property may be developed for land uses permitted in the RA30 zoning district in accordance with the standard requirements and procedures established for that district in the Nash County UDO. Number 3, prior to construction of the proposed subdivision, the developer shall obtain the following additional permits and/or approvals as necessary: NCDEQ erosion and sedimentation control plan approval, NCDOT road design approval and driveway permit, Nash County stormwater management permit. Number 4, significant or substantial modifications or revisions to the approved design of the subdivision sketch plan may require additional review by the Nash County TRC and the Planning Board, as well as reapproval by this Board of Commissioners at the discretion of the zoning administrator. And finally, number 5, this conditional zoning map amendment shall be invalid unless and until the petitioners consent in writing to all of the attached development conditions. And with that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has before we move into a public hearing.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Belfield?
Is any of that 152 acres in agricultural production now?
I'm not aware if it's in crop production or timber
No
production.
crop production.
Perhaps the developer can speak on that. I believe when I visited the property, it was very wooded from the road.
Comments, Mr. Belfield?
One other question about water supply for this pretty large pretty large development according to the map here.
Yes, sir.
Are they going to have central water? Do they plan, if it's approved, to have central water?
Right now, what we know is that they're proposing individual on-site wells for each lot.
For each lot?
Correct. But it
being zone R30?
Yes, sir. we can certainly hear from the developer during the hearing if they have any
Could be some
additional.
problems there in the future, could be some problems there in the future.
Sure.
Other
all.
questions for staff? Any other questions? All right, hearing none, I'd call for a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Arrington, seconded. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Before our first speaker, I want to read our public comments policy. We're glad to hear from our citizens, and we ask that all speakers adhere to the following guidelines. Each speaker will be given 3 to 5 minutes for comments, with notification of time at 4 minutes. County Attorney Mike Gaynor will be our timekeeper. To avoid repetition, groups of individuals supporting the same position are encouraged to designate a spokesperson to address the board on their behalf. No individual may speak more than once at each meeting. Speakers are requested to address the board without reference to individual members and conforming to reasonable standards of courtesy. No dialogue between the speaker and the board should occur. Speakers must make comments from the audience podium and shall not otherwise approach the commissioners or staff without consent by the chair. Your comments will be noted, and if you have provided contact information, you will receive follow-up from our staff as appropriate. Finally, there should be no interruption from anyone in the audience, for example, clapping or talking before, during, or after each speaker's comments. This will allow us to move forward productively. With that said, I ask our first speaker to come to the podium. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is David J. Geiger, 755 Ranch Road in Clayton. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to speak about rezoning request for the Wildlife Road subdivision. Little Bear Creek Properties is a small, family-owned development company. We started in 2020 and have 2 other residential subdivisions located right here in Nash County. We're not a large out-of-state developer. Our team consists of myself, my dad. We have a project manager named Matt. Matt's wife, Rebecca, serves as our realtor. We have a site operator named Stephen, and my mom and my wife both help manage our administrative duties. We care deeply about developing quality communities where people want to live. Since the planning board meeting in May, we have officially closed on this property. We believe this demonstrates our commitment to developing it and to doing so in a way that aligns with Nash County's long-term land use vision. Some of the concerns that nearby residents raised at the planning board meeting appear to reflect a desire for no development at all. But very respectfully, the question on the table is how it's going to be developed, whether by A1 or RA30 zoning that we're requesting. Our RA30 proposed plan would allow us to preserve more natural area, especially in the north where the 2022 Comprehensive Land Use Plan designates as water protection natural resource area. We haven't finalized exactly how this open space is going to be used, but in a prior subdivision that we developed, we made a walking trail through the woods that leads to a creek, and we're open to similar ideas for this open space that we'd be preserving here. Mr. Chalker, I'd like to speak briefly concerning the technical review committee, and my intent is to be as accurate as possible regarding planning staff and the TRC. So please correct me or add context if you feel that that's needed. The Technical Review Committee, which includes NCDOT, planning staff, and other agencies, recommended approval of our rezoning request subject to standard development conditions. Pages 12 and 13 of the agenda for today, the report highlights several merits of our project. The plan is described as mostly consistent with the 2022 Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The subdivision's road network is specifically designed to avoid stream buffers. The plan also could be considered reasonable maintaining that residential zoning. But at the planning board meeting, members did not take issue with the rest of the technical review committee's findings, but their vote to recommend denial cites one single reason, the increase in traffic on Wildlife Road. Our engineer, Justin Brown, has a more technical presentation and will address, among other things, NCDOT's traffic capacity guidelines. But to continue for now, one of the planning board members is the NCDOT district engineer. We followed up with her as well as the NCDOT representative from the technical review committee for clarification. The district engineer responded in writing and confirmed that the technical review committee is where NCDOT gives their official technical input. And to her knowledge, NCDOT has received no new or have outstanding concerns beyond what was addressed at the TRC level. We feel that the planning board's concern is sufficiently addressed by NCDOT's technical review combined with Mr. Brown's presentation. In closing, our RA 30 proposal closely aligns with Nash County's land use plan. It supports better environmental outcomes, preserves more open space, has only a modest increase in density, as Mr. Brown will go into. Our proposal difference is only a difference of 12 home sites. And it also has cleared technical review. For these reasons, we respectfully request your support in approving this rezoning. If you or anybody has any questions or concerns, either I or Mr. Brown would be happy to address them. Thank you again very much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Justin Brown with Pannoni Associates. I'm the engineer of record for this hopeful project with an address of 5430 Wade Park Boulevard, Raleigh, North Carolina, zip code 27607. I have a brief presentation to go through some of the comparative analysis versus the current A1 zoning designation and the proposed RA 30 conditional zoning request that we have before you today. Again, this is a property of about 151 acres located along Wildlife Road, currently zoned as A1 agricultural, also designated in the Nash County future land use designation of residential agricultural, with the water protection and natural resources being located on the northern edge of the property. Going into the current zoning analysis, Aaron did a great job kind of differentiating what permitted uses would be allowed under the current A1 agricultural zoning, which includes agricultural uses, mining uses, residential uses, as well as recreational, business, professional, and personal services, retail trades, wholesale trades, manufacturing and industrial uses, and some other additional permitted by right uses. In the comprehensive land use plan that was adopted in 2022, this property was actually designated as residential agricultural with some recommended uses within the actual comprehensive plan that included agricultural uses, supportive agricultural uses, residential uses such as single-family, site-built, modular, Class A and Class B manufactured homes, forestry, churches, manufacturing, very limited non-residential uses, and commercial office. It does go on to state that the minimum allowable lot sizes should be typically around 30,000 square feet, which is the request that we're asking of today. Towards the northern end of the property, it is identified as watershed protection and natural resources area, which also has recommended uses considering predominantly recreational facilities such as sports fields, playgrounds, public water access points. But it also does go on to state that residential uses should be permitted if proper protections are in place to ensure water quality is not degraded. Typical lot sizes should be 1 acre or greater, as well as these water protection and natural areas are identified as floodplain areas, wetland areas, streams, and associated buffers. The proposed RA 30 conditional zoning request is recommending 30,000 square foot lots, proposes 122 total single-family detached dwelling units, excluding Class A and B manufactured homes, as well as any accessory uses permitted under the RA30 zoning designation. One item that was brought up by the planning board was a inquiry whether or not we had analyzed a 40,000 square foot subdivision. We have since taken the time and effort to actually analyze a 40,000 square foot subdivision on this subject property, which is included on this screen. It was able to accomplish a 110 single-family detached dwelling subdivision layout that is shown on the screen, and I will go into a little further detail of that alternative analysis. So this on the screen is our proposed RA30 conditional zoning request that does propose 122 single-family detached dwelling units. As you can see on the screen, the blue is the stream and associated buffers. The green areas are open space, recreation, and stormwater control areas. The alternate by right option, as you can see, it reduces the amount of open space areas on the actual development by integrating the 40,000 square foot minimum lot areas. I did do a comparative analysis, and the comparative is a request for an additional 12 lots, also an increase in almost 12 acres of open space and conservation areas as compared to a 40,000 square foot lot layout, a reduction in about 538 linear feet of roadways, which increases or decreases the actual amount of impervious surface coverage on a development, as well as about 120 vehicle trips per day increase from a 40,000 square foot lot subdivision. This is per NCDOT's capacity assumptions. So generally speaking, a 2-lane rural roadway can handle around 10,500 vehicle trips per day to 10,700 vehicle trips per day. This proposed subdivision analyzed at a 10 trip per day.
Wrap it up, sir.
Yep. Equates to about 1,220 vehicle trips per day. And that is the extent of my presentation. Happy to field any questions.
Are there any questions from the board of the applicant?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins?
Mr. Brown, I understand that you all did preliminary soil evaluations, but the results, done them on the septic capacity, but the results were not provided. Are you prepared? Do you have those results today?
We do have a preliminary soil evaluation. I do not have that as part of my presentation today.
Do you have the results, even though it's not part of your presentation?
Yeah, I do have the results of the preliminary soil evaluation. I didn't personally, on behalf of Pannoni, execute the actual evaluation. It was done by a soil scientist.
Are you able to share those results today?
As far as bringing up on screen?
On screen, or you can just give them to us?
I don't have a printout of the actual evaluation.
I meant present it, just say whatever he's pulling up about the soil evaluation.
So we actually laid out both options for our subdivision plan based upon those preliminary soil evaluations to identify appropriate locations for proposed lots.
But my question was the septic capacity. What were the results?
So what that soil evaluation identified was existing soils, as well as depth of the existing soils from a soil profile, which would be conducive for an on-lot septic field system. And that is how we actually configured this lot arrangement, as well as our 40,000 square foot option.
Any other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Howell?
Just to kind of recap everything, make sure I understand it correctly. So we're talking about doing a 40,000 square foot development here, lot size, or 30,000 square foot is your comparison that you got in there. And if I understand you correctly, by going to the 30,000 square foot, you're actually adding additional, 12 acres basically, rounding up, of open space. So if you go to the existing 40, which you're allowed to do in your design here without any additional approval from the board at all, you're going to lose 12 more acres plus the 12 lots. So you're looking to develop this either way. You're just trying to do it in a way that's less impactful and, of course, more profitable for you as well by putting more lots in. Is that kind of what I understand?
So, yes, you are correct by that statement. We are actually trying to conserve as much open space and recreation areas as physically possible as part of this development through an RA 30 conditional zoning request, which does include an additional 12 lots above and beyond what is currently permitted by right under an A1 zoning designation at 40,000 square foot lot
So by
minimum.
going to the smaller lots, you're shifting everything forward away from the wetland and basically the area at the back, which is what you're trying to protect. Is that correct? Is that the reason you're going to the smaller lot size? Of course, you get more houses, lots in, but you're also moving everything away from the area. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're intending to preserve that water resources towards the northern end of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the applicant, Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Brown, when you talk about the soil analysis, you used the word, as well as the owner, a preliminary soil analysis. And my understanding is, if the preliminary soil analysis does not prove to be true, it is a possibility that you may have to reduce lots based on the fact that you do not have enough soil that will accommodate the septic tank, and you would do that on a lot-by-lot basis moving forward. Is that the way it works?
That's correct. The preliminary soil analysis identifies existing soil areas that would permit a traditional on-lot septic field system. Once we get into construction drawings, then each individual lot is studied independently to come up with a proper septic field design.
So honestly, that part of it hasn't been done and is not generally done at this stage, and really not a part of rezoning. It is handled after the rezoning, and you determine whether you're going to be putting in R40s or R30s.
That's correct. We would analyze each individual lot as part of our construction drawing because it's based upon actual proposed grading of the physical lot individually and how a traditional septic field could be situated on each lot.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Harrington?
How many lots with your 30,000 square foot that would be larger than 30,000 or 40,000?
It's traditionally the ones in the corners on street intersections that are larger than the 30,000 square feet. It's about, I think it's about 10 to 15 lots are larger than 30,000 and around 40,000 square foot.
Well, inside your sketch plan, it looked like it might be close to, well, 20 or 25, according to your sketch plan.
If you take into consideration the actual streams and associated buffers that are part of that actual, some of the lots, they are larger in theory because of, they're actually going to the center line of the streams, how traditional subdivisions are laid out.
Okay. And presently, how many lots would be facing Wildlife Road?
0 lots would be facing Wildlife Road. They will all be internally serviced by a driveway.
Do you know the distance, from the development to Redbud Road?
Can you repeat the question?
The distance from your development to the main road, Redbud, is Redbud Road?
Yeah, that's Redbud Road.
How far is it?
I believe it's approximately a half a mile from the intersection.
Okay.
Other questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Leggett?
Got a question about water. Are there any preliminary well capacity tests done to check for the availability of water? This is a large number of homes that is in an undeveloped area. And as the crow flies, it looks like it's over 1.5 miles to the town of Castalia. And it'll be even further than that if you went by the roads. So could you answer that?
Yeah, so traditionally, being directly adjacent to floodplain that exists towards the northern part of the property as well, we haven't done any studies currently, but we do intend to do actual well studies. Again, it really depends on the positioning of the actual lots themselves. However, it has been determined that there should be enough water supply in the aquifer below the ground to support this development.
But no tests have been done to date.
No tests have been done to date.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Just for clarification, the matter before us is a rezoning matter to go to RA 30CZ. That's what's before us today, not 40,000 square foot lots. I believe, if I'm correct, as as Commissioner Howell stated, that without any action from this board, that could happen. Is that correct, Mr. Chalker? Yes, sir. Okay, so the matter before us is the RA 30.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. Are you done, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, if any. That's up to you guys, just whoever wants to come up
I'm just
first.
going to get this slide back.
Morning, sir. If you just state your name for the record.
My name is Bruce Everett, and I live on Wildlife Road.
Morning.
And we are opposed, as most people here from Wildlife are, to this development. We're concerned about the water, the groundwater. The average house uses 300 to 400 gallons of water per day, and about 60 to 70% of it goes back into the septic. They're taking that much water out of the ground, putting it back in as dirty water. It's going to affect, we feel, our water. They said they've done no testing on it. We don't have county water or sewer out there. The blue area in the back, that's the water protection, we keep seeing on the map. I don't know who designates that. Is that they designate that? Is that a state or county? Who says that's a water? I don't understand that, because I keep hearing them saying we want to protect it, but we can encroach on it if we can't do one way or another. I mean, I don't.
You wish to comment on that, Mr. Chalker?
I don't know how that, I don't understand that. It's either water protection or.
Mr. Chalker will answer your question, sir.
Yeah, so it's a land use plan designated area that the consultants, when they created the land use plan, created. It takes into account the stream buffers and the presence of wetlands and flood hazard areas. It's a general guideline area. It's not a regulatory area, but it's something that is recognized so that the board can see it's there and consider that with something like this.
Okay, so they can encroach or not, depending on whether they can make money off of it.
They can't encroach within the state-required 50-foot buffer of a stream. That's a state law. It's a
Okay.
state rule.
Okay.
But this is just to guide the commissioners when considering the question of a rezoning.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Chalker.
very much. All right, I understand a little better now. All of us from Nash County, everyone that's spoken for it is Wake County. We're not a wealthy area. It's a small town. Everybody lives there for that reason. We don't want to become a suburb of Raleigh, with developers coming from Wake County with a lot of money, buy up the land, put in tract houses, cash their check and disappear. We're left to deal with whatever consequences from all these houses being put where there's none at. A half mile to the stop sign with everybody going to work. I don't understand. If you got 100-some houses, that's going to be 100 to 200 cars leaving to go to work in a half mile. I mean, that's going to be a traffic nightmare. Congestion. There's no police in Castalia. Nash County has to come up there For us, for four-wheelers, often it takes them 20 to 45 minutes to get there, depending on what else they have going. Medical services are in Rocky Mount. With one way in and one way out, you know, this building has more than one entrance and exit. If something emergency happens, we have multiple ways of getting out of here. Something happens down there with 120 houses, there's only one way in. If something happens, they can't get in. Those people are left to fend for themselves. There's less of us, so if that happens, the more people is there, the more that increases the risk of something bad going on. We're just opposed to it. I mean, it's just, you know, they bought the land and then they're going to decide whether they can put the stuff in there. You know, this was not, to us, well-planned, thought out. Obviously, they didn't care about the input from the community because they did it, and then we found out from the planning meeting that they were going to do it. And we just feel like we're getting kind of run over, and we're hoping as you guys, as our elected officials, kind of be our voice and preventing us from being, because we don't have the money to fight this. And that is pretty much where we stand. There's some other members of the community that's got other points, but that's pretty much where I stand.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Patrick Williams, 5192 Wildlife Road. I'm in opposal of it. I'm going to repeat that it sounds like this was not thought of prior to actually coming up with the rezoning. Obviously, this meeting is to decide whether it's going to be rezoned or not, but I wanted to point out the fact that the associates say that they want to generate a community where people prefer, but it's funny to me that they're generating a proposed plan, firstly, of 30,000 square foot residential homes, and then falling back to a 40,000. I would think that if I was going to live out there, I would want a larger space, more room to enjoy the area. But it seems to me like they're trying to pack as many as they can in as possible versus allowing for more space if it was to go through. I also want to point out the ecological impact on it, the longleaf pine forest out there. Commissioner Belfield, you mentioned whether or not it was active use agricultural. Within the past year, I've seen agricultural equipment coming and going from back there. So I'm almost with certainty to say that it's active agricultural use. If it was denied, other options possibly. I know that a lot of areas have been implementing solar panel fields. That could potentially be maybe an option, just an idea. If it would be rezoned or something like that, I don't think it would be detrimental. But the effects on just the general wildlife, obviously the watershed, and there again, like the watershed, they mentioned that they want to do 30,000 to start with, but if they were to go to 40, somehow there's more room for the watershed with more lots versus less lots. So it seems to me there again like their ideal is put as many in as possible versus making it less impactful. But also there was mention of the emergency services, because Castelia's only got a volunteer fire department. So if there's going to be any major event like that that requires emergency services, Castelia's only volunteer. If you need a regularly available fire service station, the closest one's going to be in Nashville. And if anything larger than that, then it's going to require, Rocky Mount or surrounding areas beyond Nashville. But in general, I'm opposed to the impacts on both ecological, emergency services utilization, the roads already been referenced, just general idea like that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your input. Is there another speaker? Please state your name for the record, sir.
My name is James Paul, P.O. Box 547, Zebulon, North Carolina. I own the 3 tracts of land facing Wildlife Road immediately to the west of this development, adjacent to it. So that border facing the bottom of the screen is primarily adjacent to a timber tract that I own, along with 2 other timber tracts. I have a big concern for protection of our timber, for one, because, as mentioned before, without considerable fire service in that area, a neighborhood of this type of development with that large an area, with no play space, relatively speaking, for young people. We were all kids once. And what do you do if you live in a neighborhood just like that? You end up in the woods around it, playing. I know because I grew up in a neighborhood just like that in Fayetteville, on the outskirts, as it was being developed. Neighborhood surrounded by woods on all 3 sides. Trees were burned down. There was all kinds of stuff happening in the woods that we don't want our kids doing, but they're kids and that's what they're going to do. There's very little police protection out that way. I've seen law enforcement on a rare occasion, unless they're called. It is not a standard kind of patrol area because it's a dead-end road with only 10 people, 10 households living on it. And they don't need a lot of police help down there. They will when this happens. So I'm concerned about my property, the timber, which is maturing, and if it were to get set on fire, and it took a long time to respond to that, I would have considerable loss at stake. My bigger concern is for the quality of life for my neighbors. These are good folks that live out there. They live there because they like peace and quiet and open space. They like to hunt. They like to fish in the pond, which is nearly adjacent to that large pond, creating considerable hazard to people trespassing that might drown. Unsupervised kids can be a problem. The other issue I have is I took a ride through this neighborhood in Middlesex, Beaver Creek. I believe it was developed by the same developer. And for your observation, if you'd like to look at some of the pictures I took, their idea of dealing with erosion control, it appears to be haphazard at best. Dump truck loads of riprap seem to be how they just fix where they have drainage issues. There's sections of road completely cut out to allow water to pass through at the end of a cul-de-sac. And this is a near finished development. There's a house that's abandoned, it looks like mid-process. Permit box is empty, Tyvek's dry rotting off the side of it, and it's nowhere near completed. If this is representative of what they're proposing here, I have grave concerns for the quality of life for the residents, future of that development, as well as the ones that are there now. I'd like to submit this to you, pictures.
You could give it to the clerk. Thank you, sir.
I realize construction can be tricky, different soil areas. My section of property, which is not in the watershed area, stays wet. I mean wet, sink down to your ankles wet about 9 months out of the year. And that is not in the wet zone. That is near the road, adjacent to that southern end. And I can't even put a tractor, four-wheeler, anything on it about 9 months out of the year. And that's where the trees have been cut and sun can hit it. I have serious doubts about them being able to get the perking and the septic to do what they think it'll do out there. Because my property is the same soil content as running up towards that hilltop, which is farmed, by the way. It's planted field. If you go to the picture, you can see where it's the aerial, you can see the fields, and it's surrounded by timber. So they've got considerable timber and then fields which have been farmed for years over there. We've owned our property since 2009. So I'm opposed to it. I think there's a way to develop things like this in smart fashion, but high density plopped out in the middle of extreme low density agriculture area with very rural type housing, I think invites a clash of culture, which you may see headlines in the paper down the road. And I'm worried about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. I don't really know if it's appropriate, but would the board like to pause just a minute and view those pictures? Starting down here and moving them down? You can do it rather quickly, Mr. Belfield. Sir, you can come on up and state your name for the record and wait till we get the pictures through.
My name is Richard Huggins.
Just a moment, sir, till we get these pictures done.
Can we get a picture of the aerial view of that area up there?
Mr. Chalker can handle that, sir.
My name is Richard Huggins.
Sir, just a moment till we get these pictures through us. If you just pause for a moment, I'll let you know when we're ready.
Okay, all right.
Again, I don't want to deny the board seeing the pictures the gentleman offered to the board. Okay, sir, if you could state your name for the record, please.
My name is Richard Huggins, Huggins. I live at 14400 Redbud Road, Castalia. I'm here to, first of all, thank you for letting me speak. I really do appreciate it. I'm here to oppose this settlement for several reasons. What hasn't been mentioned is the infrastructure about how we're going to support this development, because this isn't the only development in Castalia. They're building between 100 and 200 homes right up by the park in Castalia. There's 12 lots for sale right on Lancaster Store Road past the light. These are all going to have homes on them. And all these people are going to come in, and they're not the rural people like us who are used to Castalia, and they're going to demand services that can't be provided. And then you're going to be expected in Nash County to provide them, and the only way to provide them, of course, would be to raise taxes. And the average income in Castalia is between $20,000 and $30,000. That's the average median income. And you're going to tax the people who live there now out of it because they can't afford that. So that's one of the reasons I oppose this. The other is the developer, Bear Creek. They said, well, the soil, this, the wetlands. I don't trust when the developer is giving you the information for the soil samples, the wells, the septic, you know, they're going to give you data that shows that it's okay. I really think there should be an independent mitigation company come in, examine the wetlands that are all around it to see the impact on the wetlands, the impact the storm drains are going to have. Is there going to be mosquito? I know storm drains. I used to do mosquito control years ago. They flood, mosquitoes come. Do we have a mosquito commission in Nash County? I don't think so. The people are going to demand something be done. And if you look at that piece of property right there, the same people who sold Bear Creek, that property, own the property above it, which goes all the way to Redbud. You can't tell me that's not going to be phase 2 of this development. You can't tell me. It's the same people selling it that sold them this. That's probably going to be the next thing once this is approved, if it's approved. So this is just the beginning. I'm sorry. But the wetlands thing is pretty important to me, because if you don't have an independent mitigation source to do a study to see what the actual impact is and not rely on Bear Creek's information, because they're biased. They're definitely biased, you know? And I think that should be, at the minimum, something that should be done. And then if you look at the property around it, across the street on Wildlife, next to it, behind it, that's a big hunting area in Castalia. I mean, talking people running dogs, running through the woods, shooting deer. I mean, it's part of our lifestyle, and we like it. But these people aren't going to like it, and they're going to demand something be done. There's shooting ranges out here. People go out and shoot. When you're sitting on your back porch and you hear bang, bang, bang from an assault rifle, they're going to be calling the police. What the hell's going on, you know? And we don't have that police presence there either. So I just don't understand what we're gaining from this.
1 minute, sir. Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, 1 minute, wetlands. I'm going to finish with a personal observation. When we went to the commissioner meeting or the preliminary meeting last week, at the end, certain individual insulted the people of our town. He said, well, you're lucky we don't put a dump there. You're lucky we don't put some single wides in there, which I don't even get that one, because that's almost like racist to me. You know, you're lucky we don't put single wides there. We're lucky we don't put a solar farm there. Like, he's chastising these people because they oppose it. And I was very insulted by that, as well as they were. So I thought that was so inappropriate. And I don't think we deserve that kind of
I think you'll find this
statement.
board to be very respectful, and hopefully you'll continue to be respectful to us. Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker. State your name for the record, please, ma'am.
I'm Christy Tanner. I'm representing my mother, Tammy Whitaker, who lives at 5027. It's the last house on the road on the right. I live right before her. I had a speech, but I don't want to repeat a lot of things that have been said. So my main concerns are, one of the facts he presented was the DOT said it was standard for the however many vehicles come down a two-lane road, but it didn't say a two-lane road with a dead-end road. So if we even have enough school buses to get down there and pick up that many children in a subdivision that size, where's that school bus going to turn around at? Because right now, we have people who take Sunday drives, and they come all the way down to the dead-end road, and they turn around in my mother's driveway. So where are they going to turn around at? My daughter's in high school at Northern. It takes her approximately 25 minutes to get to high school with traffic at Northern Ash. So with that many homes, and say it's even 20 high school students, they're going to be at a stop sign waiting to pull out, and on the right side is a curve. So you're talking about the danger of accident with teenagers. They've already closed on the property. We might not be able to stop a development, but that puts a lot of pressure on the county to provide services, emergency services, of course, like we've said. So there's a lot of work for the county to get ready for. If I had it my way and it had to be a development, I wish it was something like the farm in Red Oak, something bigger lots, not as many homes, something that we can accommodate for. So those are my concerns, and I'm opposed to the rezoning for this subdivision.
Thank you for your input. Is there another speaker? Anyone else wishing to speak? Please state your name for the record, ma'am.
Yes, sir. My name is Randy Mays, 5758 Wildlife Road in Castalia. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. I probably will repeat a little bit of what's been said, but my passion is as greater than anyone who's spoken yet. My husband and I have owned our farm adjacent to the subject property for 41 years. We bought it with the intention of retiring there because it was a rural area and because when we saw the ad in the Agricultural Review, it said 15-acre pond. We were drawn to it because we love to fish. That pond you see to the right, that's our pond. The rifle range you see pointing straight at some of the homes to be built, that was there when we bought the place. The sheriff's department used to go up there to target practice because one of the sheriff's deputies, Dana Braswell, owned the property, he and his father, and he invited the deputies to come up there to practice shooting. There are a lot of things, the amenities that we're going to lose. The sewage that's going to come draining down into that pond was one of the purest ponds in the area 5 years ago when it was tested for water quality. That sewage, because it's downhill, is going to drain right into the pond. Forget the fishing. The community, which has always been invited to come fish in the pond, enjoy, recreate in the area, they're not going to have that anymore. And when the rains come and the pond does flood, what's it going to be like with sewer and water and everything coming down from these homes straight into there? I think it's going to be an ecological disaster. I am a volunteer in the town of Castalia. I have been entrusted by Mayor Alston with being involved, not representing the town, with being involved in Nash County initiatives. I enjoy that work. I'm also the chairperson of the Economic Development Board in Castalia. I love that position because we formed these boards to help Castalia develop responsibly in ways that would please the public, enrich the county. This does nothing for any of us. And as Christy just said, we realize that the land has already been purchased. We realize that the landowners now do have options without anyone's approval. If you had a topographic map, I was trained as a geologist, I love maps. If you had a topographic map of the north side of the subject property, you would see that there's a 40 to 60 foot drop in a very short distance. Yet they show it as a very small buffer. It's going to be a disaster. Redbud Creek is going to flood. I don't see how it can be controlled when you have that much drop in elevation in that short a time. There's so much to consider. Naturally, I'm opposed to this development. I know I can't stop it. I appreciate all your considerations. Thank you for asking questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, ma'am. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the record, sir.
Yes, my name is Warren Mays. I live at 57 Wildlife Road. That was my wife that just spoke. This is our area. And what I'm going to speak for here is something that can't speak, something you can't see. I'm going to talk about the wildlife. I'm going to talk about the plants. There are plants that grow on that property that have a symbiotic relationship with the fungi that goes for miles. It's called a lady slipper. We also have indigenous North Carolina trees. We have some, we call them beauty berries. They're Carolina, the name's too long for me to pronounce. Also, we have wildlife. I walked out the back door this morning, there were 6 wild turkeys sitting in my backyard. There's deer come through. The other day, a skunk walked through the front yard. We have coyotes, occasional bears, and in this pond, there is species that I've never seen before. We have an animal that's called a 3-toed amphid.
It's actually a salamander that lives its whole life in water. It breathes air. They're in that pond. Any kind of pollution or anything else is going to kill them. And like I said, there are salamanders, there's lizards, there's fish. And the other thing is, this was built as the Nash County Wildlife Club. The pond was built by the Wildlife Commission for the rural area. And that is the reason the road is called Wildlife Road now. It's named after this farm. It's named after the Nash County Wildlife Club. And so I'm speaking for what can't be spoken for. And if you had a chance to come see it, if I could just take you around this property and realize there's going to be cheap houses, just so some rapacious developer can fatten his pocket a little more. It's going to destroy the community. It's going to destroy the demographics of this community. And this is what I want you to consider. And less is better. And this is my comment on this. I hope y'all take it to heart. Y'all think about it. I could go for a long, long time with the problems we're going to see with what's there. Anytime you call the sheriff, it takes them a minimum 15 to 20 minutes to respond. And I have Mr. Stone's personal phone number in my pocket. So, and that's what we're going to be facing. There's going to be a lot of problems with this, a lot of problems. And I want to thank y'all for your time. I want to thank y'all for coming out, each and every one of you. And if y'all have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you for your input, sir.
Okay, thank y'all.
Have any other speakers? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. Call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Harrington, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leggett.
Okay. One of the big concerns that I hear from citizens when it comes to rezoning,
I don't think we voted on that motion.
We have not. Okay. Got a second, though, and she's got a question, sir. I think that would be appropriate.
I've just got some discussion about
You
that.
do? All right, well, let's go ahead and vote then. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
What are we voting on?
We're voting on the motion to close the public hearing.
Yes,
We've
sir.
got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. All right, we're out of public hearing. Now we'll call for any questions or comments from the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Commissioner Leggett.
Okay. One of the primary concerns I often hear from citizens when it comes to rezoning is the compatibility with the surrounding area. And, you know, as a county, we need to be smart when it comes to where these developments are placed. And I know often we don't have a lot of choice because it depends on who's selling land and where that land is located. But the agenda item at hand is asking to increase the density of this development. And when the denser the development is, the more services are expected by those owners. And this development is not compatible with adjacent land uses. There's no neighborhoods in this immediate area. It's all wildlife area and rural undeveloped area by the most part. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leggett. Any further discussion or comments from the board on this matter? Commissioner Harrington?
Back to Ms. Chase, to planning board.
Who would you like, sir?
Oh, well, I wanted to ask the planning board.
Come back up to the podium, Mr. Chalker.
Yeah, who's responsible for approving the septic and the well quality permits?
So Nash County Environmental Health is our internal agency that reviews septic permits and well permits. Typically, with proposed developments of this size, you know, developers will hire private soil scientists or engineers to take a look at the design, but ultimately, the health department, the environmental health division looks at, what they prepare with an engineer's stamp on it.
They do the final approval, Health Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Well, it's really a question for the developer. What's the average cost of the homes that will be built?
Yes, please come to the podium.
We are solely the developer and not the builder, so we will end up selling it to, we have a lot of local home builders that we deal with. Whenever we end up selling the lots to home builders, they'll end up setting the price. Typically, our neighborhoods that we've done so far have been around the 350 range.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion? You good, Commissioner Arrington? Commissioner Davis?
All right.
This is, I've heard everything everybody said this morning and certainly sympathize with them. We got a unique situation here in that it should be understood that this board's decision is only on rezoning and is rezoning to an R30 versus it being developed in R40. And we have been told, and I'm sure it's correct, that we're talking about 12 lots of different. And in gaining those 12 lots, it looks like we open up another approximately 15 acres that we won't be disturbing in those protected areas that are within our land development code. So we're really at a dilemma as a board, whether we want to rezone it to R30 or leave it or deny the rezoning, which we know what's going to happen. It will be developed as an R40, knowing it's going to be developed either way. I'm just wondering, and still sitting here not knowing which way to vote, which is the best for the area. Certainly, I know it would be less disturbing to do the R30 and leave as much open land and undisturbed land as you can. But no matter what we going to do here today, most of what's been said here today is going to happen anyway if the developer chooses to develop the property. And due to the fact that it's been told, which is unusual, not sure why a developer, well, I won't finish that statement, but normally we don't see a property closed on at the point where we rezone it. But here we're with one that's already been closed on apparently. So we know it's going to take a development. So I just hope it's understood by people on the board as well as the people in the area that regardless of what we do, it's going to be developed pretty much the same way either way we go. And I'm just one that probably generally prefers to protect as much land as we could protect. But that's just my initial thought, and I'll see how the rest of the board feels about it, particularly the commissioners whose district that it falls in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion or questions? Commissioner
Yes,
Bell?
the request is to zone it R30.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what we're voting on
That's
today,
exactly
not
what we're voting
R40. And the planning board recommend denying it.
That's correct, sir.
So we have to take all the factors into consideration.
Thank you for your input, sir. Any other questions or comments? Any other questions? All right, Ms. Chalk, if you'd come back to the podium, would you restate the recommendation before the board?
The Nash County TRC has recommended approval on May 1st. However, the Nash County Planning Board on May 19th recommended denial, and they cited that it was unreasonable, not in the public interest, because the increase in traffic on the dead-end Wildlife Road would be incompatible with the adjacent and surrounding area.
What I'm interested in is the matter before us is to rezone, is the question of rezoning to RA30 CZ for the development of 122-lot residential wildlife subdivision. That is the question before the board, is that correct?
That's correct.
Any further discussion? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bell,
I suggest
no,
that this,
are you making a recommendation? Mr. Bellfield?
I'm going to make this comment, then I'm going to make the motion.
Okay.
I suggest that we follow the planning board, and I'd like to offer motion of denial of this request.
All right, Mr. Bellfield, the motion for denial is in your package. Ms. Chalk, you want to help facilitate that through with Mr. Bellfield?
Yes, sir. There
Mr.
is.
Chairman, if the commissioner could state the motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Bellfield.
What did he say?
Restate the motion. You've made a motion to deny. Make the motion.
I offer motion to deny this request, R30.
That's subject to the, that's subject to the information listed in the agenda.
All right.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Bellfield makes the motion to deny.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any further discussion? All right, this is probably going to be a split vote, so I'm going to ask for all, excuse me.
If you don't mind, I do have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Davis.
Is the reason for denial in the motion spelled out in the agenda that we have, and that's what we're using for that denial? Is that what I hear we're saying?
I think Mr. Bellfield was supporting the motion, the recommendation of the board, so that's stated in the package.
Yes.
So the reason is because it was denied for the planning board is.
The reason is because it's unreasonable and not in the public interest, because the increase in traffic on the dead-end Wildlife Road would be incompatible with the adjacent and surrounding area. That's the recommendation from the planning board.
Thank
you. Is that correct, Mr. Chalker?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'd like to state that the developer is going to develop development either way. And this increase of traffic is like 22 houses. And the recondition under the R30 gives the county more control over development of this project. I know the residents are opposed to the development, period. They don't want any development. But the development is going to happen. And under the R30, the conditions will give the county more control over how it's developed. And the traffic is really not the big issue. It's more or less changing the area. And the area will be changed regardless of which vote we take. But I believe that the 30,000 square foot conditions will restrict and guide the contractor more so than with the 40,000.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I believe we've got a motion
And a
and
second.
a second from Commissioner Leggett. So realizing it's probably going to be a split vote, I would ask for those all in favor of the motion to deny to raise your right hand. All opposed, raise your right hand. That's 4-3 vote. The motion is, the rezoning is denied. Thank you, Mr. Chalker. We're going to take a brief break right now. We've got to adjust the agenda slightly because we've got the Board of Equalization and Review that is required to take place at 11 a.m. This time, and in order to conduct the Board of Equalization and Review meeting, I call for a motion to recess the June 2nd regular meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. That motion passes.
What we doing?
Excuse me, sir?
We got some other activity going on.
Well, then that's why I hit the gavel, sir, because the activity needs to cease so we can get started on this at 11 a.m.
What we just voted on?
Commissioner Leggett. Commissioner Leggett. All right, now I call for a motion to reconvene the scheduled June 2nd meeting of the Nash County Board of Equalization and Review. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passed. I will now ask Marion Cascone, our tax administrator, who is also the clerk to the Board of Equalization and Review, to come forward and proceed with accepting any formal real property appeals. Ms. Cascone.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Of course, this is the final day to submit for an appeal if the board chooses to adjourn the Board of Equalization Review. So I will ask, is there anybody here that would like to have their real property appeal heard? No people are present at this time.
All right, seeing no one, no other appeals for 2025 will be accepted. Excuse me?
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, someone in the back didn't hear, and I didn't know if they were here for that. She had asked that
Yes,
it
just
be
wondering
repeated.
if anybody is here to hear a real property appeal. Do you have a real property appeal? Yes. Okay, want to come forward? Good morning. Have you already submitted this appeal to us?
I don't know what appeal you were referring to.
Real property appeal?
I've sent that back to you.
Okay, well, this
Ms.
is,
Cascone, would you confirm that this is a property appeal?
yes, sir, and this is one that we've already heard through the informal process. So at this point, what we will do.
Would you let the lady state her name for the
Sure, I'm
record,
sorry.
please?
It's Peggy Bryan.
Thank you, Ms. Bryan.
Okay, Ms. Bryan has already submitted for an appeal, and we decided at this point there was no change, so she has determined now that she would like to go in front of the Board of Equalization and Review. That is going to be a hearing that is going to be set at a later date at the next Commissioners' meeting.
Okay.
So you will be notified of the hearing date and time, and then the board will have a chance to review all of your documentation prior to that, and we'll make a decision.
Okay.
If you're not satisfied with that decision, then that option, you have a next option to go to the North Carolina Property Tax Commission.
Okay.
All right?
Can I request documentation on what I am paying tax on my property?
The documentation must include support for your opinion of value, whether it's a listing or an appraisal, something to that effect. Or if you have damage to the house, we like contractors' information.
What I have here is information of what the house was like before I bought it. And the different, I think it's 3 different items: driveway, a building in the back, and a fence. They were all there when I bought the house. Now, are they not being taxed? Or am I paying tax on them?
Well, what I can do is to review this later, but I'm absolutely sure we reviewed the whole parcel. But I will go back to the office and review this again for you, Ms. Bryant.
Okay.
Okay?
I have dates and that kind of thing if you want more information.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then we will re-review that appeal, make sure that we have corrected everything, and I believe that we have, because that's what we do during the informal review. So at this point, there is no others.
All right, so there will be in writing notification to these people.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else with an appeal? Seeing no one coming forward, no other appeals for 2025 will be accepted. However, a hearing, which will be properly communicated, will be held by the Board of Equalization and Review in the near future for any taxpayer or payers who were not satisfied with their informal appeals decision. Now I call for a motion to adjourn to 2025 Nash County Board of Equalization and Review.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Howell, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. I now call for a motion to reconvene the June 2nd regular meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I have a question on,
Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Davis.
does this mean that if this person here gets a hearing before the board, I realize that, is there anyone else that could get a hearing before the board, or does this second equalization review mean that nobody else can get to the point where they would have a hearing before this board?
Okay, so today represents the end of the ability to submit for an appeal. Anybody who's already submitted for appeal and has informed us they do not agree with our decision, then they will come in front of you commissioners at the next meeting when we have the hearing.
'Cause I would expect more, so that there are still some more that can come.
Yes, we received 6 more on Friday that we are still reviewing, all hotels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. So we got the motion to reconvene the June 2nd meeting, right? And we voted on that? We did? Okay. All right, is there a motion to reconvene the June 2nd regular meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. We're now back in regular session of the June 2nd meeting. Thank you, Ms. Cascone. We'll now go back to agenda item number 13, which is a public hearing on general rezoning request 250501, CBT Farms LLC. Call on Mr. Chalk to present the request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
We have general rezoning request Z250501 before you now. This is also in Commissioner Arrington's District Number 1. Subject property is an 11.92 acre portion of a larger undeveloped tract of land owned by CBT Farms LLC and is located on the southeast side of North US Highway 301, just southwest of the Cummins Rocky Mount Engine Plant and the town of Whitakers. The property is outlined in red on your screen. It's currently zoned GI General Industrial, which is the county's most intensive zoning district, permitting the development of the widest range of assembling, fabricating, and manufacturing land uses. The property owner desires to develop this lot for a single-family dwelling. However, residential homes are not a permitted land use in this current zoning district. Therefore, the property owner has submitted this general rezoning request to rezone the subject property to the R30 single and two-family residential zoning district in order to allow for the development of a single-family dwelling and any other customary residential accessory land uses. In this case, the property owner is requesting a downzoning that would reduce both the number and intensity of land uses permitted for development on this subject property. If the rezoning is approved, the proposed lot would be accessed from North US Highway 301 by a 30-foot wide access easement and served by a private on-site well and septic system. Again, with this rezoning, we'll take a look at the comprehensive land use plan. This rezoning request is consistent with the recommendations of the 2022 Nash County Comprehensive Land Use Plan because the proposed less intensive residential zoning district is more compatible with the plan's designation of the subject property as residential, agricultural, and water protection natural resources area than the current more intensive industrial zoning district. And you can see that part of the proposed rezoning area is in the residential agricultural and part of it is in the water protection and natural resources area. This rezoning request may be considered spot zoning because it would create a small residential zoning district completely surrounded by an industrial zoning district block. However, it may also be considered reasonable spot zoning and in the public interest because it is a downzoning requested by the property owner, and the proposed R30 zoning district is consistent with the closest existing residential district to the subject property. So you can see in the top left of this zoning map, there is some R30 in close proximity to this property. The Nash County TRC considered general rezoning request Z250501 on May 1st and recommended approval of the request. The Planning Board considered this request on May 19th, and Mr. Corey Taylor, the property owner and applicant, addressed the board in support of the request. No other members of the public addressed the board with regard to this request. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request. We have two suggested motions in your report, and with that, I will pause and take any questions the board has before the public hearing.
Any questions for staff? Any questions? Commissioner Howell?
I've just got one for clarification for me. So it's going to be accessed through a 30-foot easement? Or
Yes, sir.
access? Is there a required 100-foot road frontage at the front of that?
There's not in this case. Let me get back to the survey. So I know it's a little bit small on your screen, but with the property being over 10 acres, it's considered an exempt subdivision by state law. And so they're exempt from the subdivision requirement of the 100 feet. So the 30-foot wide access will be sufficient.
So if it's under 10 acres, then you have to have the 100-foot easement, but if it's over, just required a 30-foot.
That's right. Yeah, if it's over 10 acres, you can get by with a minimum 18-foot wide access easement.
And with the 30-foot, how many homes are allowed to be built on that property?
Just one.
Just one?
That's right.
Other questions for staff? Hearing none, is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Harrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak regarding this matter? Anyone wishing to speak? Come forward and state your name for the record, sir.
My name is Corey Taylor. I'm the property owner and proposal provider. I just wanted to introduce myself if y'all have any questions. This is strictly on my farm for a primary dwelling, and that will be the only development to be done on that property. So, just
Any
wanted to introduce
questions for
myself if you
Mr.
have any
Taylor?
questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Did we vote on the motion to close the public hearing yet? Okay, thank you. No. We got the motion in a second, though, right? We
No.
did. Okay. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, there a second? Second. Commissioner Howell, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now at a public hearing. Any other questions for the staff? From the board? Mr. Chalker, would you come to the podium and restate the recommendation?
Yes, sir. So before you is a general rezoning request from GI, General Industrial, to R30 Residential for the 11.92 acre portion of the larger tract of land.
All right, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the statement of plan consistent and reasonableness below and approve the general rezoning request Z250501 to rezone the subject property R30 single and two-family residential.
Motion from Commissioner Arrington, is there a second?
So moved.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion or comment?
This,
Commissioner Belfield?
this is very similar to the one we just acted on.
No, sir, it's not. It's a lot different.
It's just smaller.
Any further discussion or questions? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no.
No.
Motion passes 6-1. All right, Mr. Chalker, if you will continue with agenda item number 14, public hearing on UDO text amendment, A 250501, private water supply and sewage disposal system.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, we have a text amendment to the UDO proposed, A 250501, regarding private water supply and sewage disposal systems. So the Nash County UDO already distinguishes between private and public water and sewer systems with the following definitions that are in your report. I'll just go through those briefly. Private sewer is defined as a system which provides for collection and/or treatment of wastewater from a development or property and which is not maintained with public funds. Private water is a system which provides for the supply and/or distribution of potable water for use by a development, project, or owner and which is not operated or maintained by a government organization or utility district. On the other hand, public sewer is defined as a system which provides for collection and treatment of sanitary sewage from more than one property and is owned and operated by a government organization or sanitary district. And the same for public water is a system which provides distribution of potable water for more than one property and is owned and operated by a government organization or utility district. Due to recent increased developer interest in serving Nash County residential subdivision lots with private water and/or private sewer systems, this proposed UDO text amendment seeks to clarify a couple of things. Number one, private sewer systems are permitted by the state instead of the local county health department. And number two, private water supply systems and private sewage disposal systems are allowed to serve residential subdivision developments, provided that they are properly permitted by the state. And so planning staff would like to emphasize that this text amendment would be policy neutral, which means that it clarifies, it does not change any of the currently effective regulatory requirements. And in your report, we've got the proposed changes highlighted in yellow. It's mainly adding, the words private regarding section 10-7.2 in terms of off-site wastewater systems for multiple lots. It's adding language about private wastewater systems and removing the Nash County Health Department from reviewing those types of systems because it's actually reviewed and approved by the state. And it's basically just clarifying that these systems are allowed so long as they are properly permitted by the appropriate state health and environmental agency. And so the Nash County TRC considered this text amendment on May 1st and recommended approval. The planning board considered this request on May 19th. There was no members of the public that addressed the board, and the planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request. And with that, I'll pause and take any questions.
Questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leggett?
Does Nash County Health Department or Environmental Health have any role in the inspection or maintenance of state-permitted water or sewer systems?
They do not, according to the health department staff. That's correct.
Okay. Who would have oversight then? So the state state staff oversees those and actually inspects those?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Any other questions? Hearing none, I'd call for a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, there a second?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Anyone wishing to speak on this matter? Hearing none, I'd call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. We're now out of public hearing. Is there any further discussion or questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Leggett?
Got one more question. So as our UDO is worded now, does our county health department or environmental health, do they have a role in the private septic systems at this time?
For off-site wastewater systems for multiple lots, not just
Okay, right.
individual lots,
Yes.
they do not, and that's what this amendment seeks to clarify.
Okay.
And we certainly were, coordinating with the environmental health staff as, part of this change.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Chalk, would you restate the recommendation, please?
Yes, sir. Before you is a text amendment, just to clarify language regarding private water supply and sewage disposal systems in the UDO. And the request is to approve or deny the text amendment, to which the TRC and the planning board have recommended approval.
And this applies to the county.
Yes, sir. County as a whole.
All right, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adopt this statement of plan consistency and to approve the text amendment as stated.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. Any further discussion or comments? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Mr. Chalker, we're moving on to number 15, agenda item number 15, public hearing on comprehensive land use plan text amendment request, CLUP 250501, government-owned and operated utilities. Again, this is a text amendment request.
All right, yes, sir. So this is a public hearing for a comprehensive land use plan text amendment, CLUP 250501, regarding the addition of government-owned and operated utilities throughout certain sections of the plan. So because the Nash County Comprehensive Land Use Plan adopted in 2022 does not specifically define the term public utilities, the following revisions are proposed to Section 3, Land Use, in order to clarify that public utilities, as referenced in the plan, are to be defined as government-owned and operated utilities. And in your packet, again, with this proposed text amendment, the changes are highlighted in yellow throughout, and really, it's the same change throughout in the different land use areas that are defined and described in the plan. And is the addition of government-owned and operated, that term in front of either public water, public sewer, or utilities. And there's 9 different additions that you'll see in the report, and it's simply to clarify that when we say public water or sewer in this plan, it's referring to government-owned and operated. So it's just a clarification. It's not a policy change or anything like that, but it's just to clarify those things. Again, the Nash County TRC reviewed this text amendment request on May 1st and recommended approval. The planning board also considered this on May 19th. There were no members of the public that addressed the board, and the planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval. And with that, I'll take any questions the board may have.
Any questions for staff? Any questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved?
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to address the board on this matter? Anyone wishing to address the board? Hearing none, we'll call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now out of public hearing. Do we have any questions for staff? Hearing none, Mr. Chalker, would you restate the recommendation?
Yes, sir. So this is a text amendment for the comprehensive land use plan to add the term government-owned and operated utilities in the appropriate areas throughout the plan, which is approximately 9 areas, just to clarify for public water and public sewer. Nash County TRC and the Nash County Planning Board has recommended approval of this request.
Is there a motion?
Moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Chalker. We'll move to agenda item number 16, resolution for addition to the state-maintained secondary road system Waterstone subdivision.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This particular item, the Waterstone subdivision, is located in Chairman Outlaw's District 5. The North Carolina Department of Transportation has provided a resolution for consideration and adoption by the Board of Commissioners in support of the addition of the interior roads of the Waterstone subdivision to the state-maintained secondary road system. The subject roads are located off of the north side of Bend of the River Road, extending to the Tar River Reservoir, and include Annabella Road, Tuscany Road, and Venice Court, which are outlined in red on your screen. Each of these roads is a public right-of-way previously constructed and dedicated between 2006 and 2007. This resolution is the result of a petition submitted to the NCDOT Division of Highways by the Waterstone Homeowners Association. The North Carolina Board of Transportation requires the adoption of this resolution by the Board of Commissioners as a prerequisite for the addition of these roads to the state-maintained secondary road system for purposes of future maintenance and repair. And we have a draft resolution attached.
Does the board wish the resolution to be read?
No.
All right.
Proceed.
All right. And that's all I have unless there's any questions.
Any questions for staff? Any questions? Hearing none, I offer a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move now to agenda item number 17, resolution for deletion from the state-maintained secondary road system, Sir Gus Road. I think this is in Commissioner Leggett's district.
All right, this one is similar to the last item, although this is for a deletion, not an addition. This is a resolution for deletion from the state-maintained secondary road system, Sir Gus Road. This is in Commissioner Leggett's District Number 4. NCDOT has provided a resolution for consideration and adoption by the Board of Commissioners in support of the deletion of Sir Gus Road. Just highlighted in red on your screen. It currently has a state road number of 1920. This resolution is the result of a petition submitted by J.D. Edwards Investment LLC, the owner of all of the affected and immediately adjacent properties, to the NCDOT Division of Highways, requesting the abandonment of the road located off the east side of Sheep Pasture Road. The NCDOT District Engineer reports that the abandonment of this right-of-way will not have a negative impact on roadway maintenance nor access to the adjacent property. Again, the Board of Transportation requires the adoption of this resolution by the Board of Commissioners as a prerequisite to remove us from the state-maintained secondary road system, and the draft resolution is attached to the report.
Does anyone wish the resolution to be read? Hearing none, is there any discussion from the board or comments?
I'm
Commissioner
reading here
Bellfield.
where J.D. Edwards Investment owns all of the property and wants to close it. I would assume that he won't use it for someone else. But is it any residential homes around that probably need a way or a right of way to get in and out?
Right, that's a good question. So the Nash County GIS map, which we've got on your screen, and I know it's a little bit small, but there's an address point of 2638 Surgus Road. I'm not sure if there's a home there that's occupied or not. I did take a look at the aerial image, which I could see a rooftop. You know, I don't know the condition of that home or whether it's occupied. But that would be the only address, you know, off of Surgus Road, and it would be the only one affected. Certainly, I don't believe that the road name is going to go away, but the actual public maintenance of the road is what we're considering right today.
Any other questions? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I offer a
Mr.
motion.
Leggett.
I offer a motion to adopt the resolution to delete Surgus Road from the state-maintained secondary road system.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. That motion passes. Mr. Chalker, you're almost there.
Yes,
Number
sir.
18, Professional Services Agreement.
All right,
Nash
this is-
County Unified Development Ordinance update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yep, this is the last item for planning inspections today. Thank you for hanging with us. So before you, we have a professional services agreement for the Nash County Unified Development Ordinance update. Nash County is seeking to update the land use and land development regulations of the Unified Development Ordinance, or UDO, for greater compliance with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and the enabling legislation of the North Carolina General Statutes, Chapter 160D. Staff solicited proposals from professional planning consultants to assist the county in completing this project and received 3 submittals. The submittals were evaluated based on, number 1, the proposed approach to the project, number 2, previous experience with similar projects, number 3, references, number 4, additional considerations, and number 5, proposed timeline, as well as number 6, cost. After evaluating the proposals, staff recommends the selection of Withers Ravenel to complete the project. Among other factors, including a competitive cost and timeline, Withers Ravenel is recommended due to their willingness to track changes to the state enabling legislation that may be proposed during the update project and to draft alternative optional ordinance language that the county may quickly incorporate either during or after the project in the event that those legislative changes actually occur. The total anticipated project cost is $124,000. Pending approval of the attached agreement for professional services, the project is expected to begin later this month with an administrative kickoff meeting and should conclude with the adoption of the new UDO in approximately 13 months. The attached agreement has been reviewed by the county attorney and must be executed by the county manager following the board's approval. And again, the agreement is attached to this item, and I will pause and take any questions the board may have.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Davis?
I certainly don't want to do anything to hold this item up because it's a long time coming, but I would ask the staff in the future on requests for proposals like that we receive more information on the additional people that applied or that put in a proposal for it, and not just see the one that we are approving.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions for staff? Commissioner Howell?
In regards to the updates that we're looking at, I know this is going to be like a 12-month process. Will those items be brought back to us for review prior to bringing the completed project back to us for approval?
Certainly, it'll be a timeline process of, working with staff and then as well as a steering committee, which will involve planning board members as well as, some members of this board, depending on the makeup of the steering committee. So it'll be, this board will have an opportunity to see all changes and the public as well, because there's going to be, the proposed text will be posted online as well for the public to view as a draft.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Other questions from staff? Hearing none, Mr. Chalker, would you restate the recommendation?
Yes, sir. The action proposed is to approve and authorize the county manager to sign the agreement for professional services for the Nash County UDO update with Withers Ravenel.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Chalker. Good job.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Davis.
Actually, you just did it, but I would like to give Mr. Chalker kudos for a job well done on apparently very short notice. Wonderful job this morning, sir.
All right, next on the agenda is the fiscal year 26 budget message and public hearing. I've got a brief comment I want to make before county manager comes up to present the budget message. We will begin with the county manager's formal presentation of the fiscal year 26 budget message. Then we'll invite public input so we can hear directly from our residents. After that, commissioners will have an opportunity to revisit specific items or raise any new considerations as we continue refining the budget. Madam Manager?
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to take a moment to just say thank you to the staff. I do recognize them later in my presentation, but all of our department heads who have been timely with submitting requests and responding to all of our additional inquiries. I just appreciate everyone's hard work and thank them very much. And to our communications department and Amber for the lovely graphics that she provides us each year. We've got a nice look for our 2026 recommended budget here, and this is with the clerk to the board and also will be on the county's website for access from the public. So I'm pleased to present to you today the recommended budget for the fiscal year 2026 that addresses these top Nash County priorities: employee wages and merit pay that recognizes hard work and attracts talented professionals, capital projects and infrastructure needs to assist with recruitment of industrial clients and enhances economic development, replacement of technology, equipment, and vehicles to ensure safety and efficient business practices, safety and security enhancements for the overall well-being of employees and citizens, and a conservative approach to spending while monitoring changes at the federal government level. This FY 2025-2026, which we will refer to as the FY 26 budget, is presented to you in accordance with the North Carolina Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act. The proposed budget is presented subject to a public hearing and the Nash County Board of Commissioners revisions and approval. This budget, as presented, is balanced. The budget provides the resources needed to ensure the delivery of governmental services in a fiscally responsible manner. The budget is one of the best tools to demonstrate the board's priorities for the future of Nash County. This proposed budget is a continuation of the financially sound and fiscally conservative practices established and embraced by Nash County government. This message will focus primarily on the county's general fund, which is the largest fund and includes all governmental activities supported by local tax revenue. First, we will look at the revenue side of the budget. The overall FY26 proposed budget, which includes the general fund, enterprise funds, special revenue funds, and internal services funds, is $146,445,372 compared to the FY25 overall approved budget of $142,973,213. The general fund the general fund budget is proposed to be $128,123,693, which is $2,654,561, or 2.1% greater than the FY25 original budget. Estimated tax base and rate. The Nash County total estimated valuation for FY26 is $11,353,126,436. At 100% collection, each penny of the tax rate assessed will produce $1,135,312. The total estimated tax base increase from the 2024 tax year is 3.27%. The recommended budget is based on a 63-cent per $100 valuation using a conservative collection rate of 98%. The FY26 general fund budget anticipates a collection of $70,634,202 in ad valorem tax revenues, which includes estimates for the collection of prior year delinquent taxes, interests, and other miscellaneous charges. For property tax collections, ad valorem tax revenue, and I've got a definition there. I've got a watcher at home, and so I am aware of our public, and now we're using Latin terms, and so ad valorem, according to value, for goods and services and property. The ad valorem tax revenue reflects an increase of 3.7% over the current year budget due to an increase in tax base. According to the FY24 Nash County audit, the overall tax collection rate in Nash County was 99.19%. The collection rate for real and personal property and public utilities was 99.08%, and the collection rate for motor vehicles was 100%. For purposes of estimating next year's property tax revenues, this proposed budget assumes a conservative collection rate of 98% for real and personal property and for motor vehicles. The tax office is committed to maintaining Nash County's high tax collection during the future years and will continue to concentrate on the collection of prior year's delinquent taxes. Due to increased collections in current and prior year's tax, the tax office has continued to reduce the county 10-year outstanding delinquent tax balance. This balance is now right at $1.5 million, when just 10 years ago it was nearly $4.5 million. Sales and other tax. Sales tax collections are budgeted at $23,671,080. This estimated collection is based on current year's projected collections. Sales tax collections are the second largest funding source for the general fund. Other taxes total $594,500. Sales tax and other taxes represent 18.9% of the recommended budget. Intergovernmental revenues. Intergovernmental revenues include revenues received from other governments, local, state, and federal, with total projected funding for FY26 at $18,149,080. This includes funding for the Department of Social Services, the Health Department, and various other state and local restricted funding. Total projected intergovernmental revenue represents 14.2% of the general fund budget. Other operating revenues. Projected funding for other operating revenues includes permits and fees, sales and services, investment earnings, rentals, and other miscellaneous revenues, which total $11,761,357, or 9.2% of the general fund budget. Fund balance and reserve appropriations. The FY26 budget proposes $1,927,968, or 1.5% of the general fund budget in fund balance appropriations as a balancing factor. Nash County budgets an amount we believe can be offset with a combination of greater than expected revenues and expenditures less than appropriated. Restricted health reserves are budgeted at $1,385,506, and together, fund balance and reserve appropriations represent 2.6% of the general fund budget. Fee changes. The recommended general fund budget contains some necessary fee adjustments to ensure cost equity in several service areas. This budget includes fee increases in our tax office for the printing of maps, recorded plats, and appraisal property cards, and a new fee in our Soil and Water Conservation District office for the rental of a greenscape seeder. Now we're going to turn to the expenditure side of the budget. The following portion of the budget message highlights particular funding items which have significant impact on the proposed budget. Salaries. The board continues to recognize the contributions of all of our staff and the economic burden placed on them by the rising cost of goods and services. Therefore, the recommended budget includes a 2.5% cost of living adjustment for full-time employees and permanent part-time positions beginning July 1, 2025. This same 2.5% will be applied to all base salaries for position recruitment. This budget recommends a new merit pay system for our employees. A lot of good work has been done by all staff members to ensure that we have a solid performance appraisal system in place. Beginning January 1, 2026, employees will start to see the fruits of their labor for both meeting expectations of their job description and exceeding those expectations. The county remains committed to creating a workplace culture which includes benefits that retain and attract quality professionals. We are pleased to include funding in the FY26 recommended budget to begin annually job studying a third of the workforce to ensure we maintain competitive salaries for our staff. In FY26, we plan to evaluate our human services, jobs in public health, the Department of Social Services, and Veteran Services. These combined efforts of the implementation of a merit pay system coupled with an ongoing schedule of evaluating Nash County positions in the market will help to communicate our commitment to our employees. Nash County desires to be an employer of choice for our existing staff as well as other talented professionals. For personnel, this budget recommends 8 new positions: an IT specialist who will be focused on work in the Department of Social Services, a coordinator of health services in our health department, a finance specialist 2, a recreation program supervisor, 2 detention corporals, and 2 senior patrol deputies. There are also funds budgeted to support the loss of grant funds for 2 positions, one in senior services and one at the farmers market. Additionally, funds are recommended for part-time support for building safety and security staff. Local government retirement. The proposed budget includes an increase in local government retirement expenditures as part of employee benefits. It is a required increase to accommodate the state retirement rate increase from 13.63% to 14.35% for general county employees and from 15.4% to 16.1% for law enforcement officers. These changes result in an increase in $697,792. For general government, the budget includes funds for general government operations totaling $14,718,407, or 11.3% of the general fund budget. This function provides for all administrative county operational costs, including the governing board, administration, grants, human resources, finance, legal services, information technology, communications, tax, facility maintenance, register of deeds, and the Board of Elections. For public safety, the recommended budget for public safety functions is $38,378,439, or 30% of the general fund budget. Public safety includes the following departments: the Sheriff's Office, operations, including the detention center and court services, 911 emergency communications, emergency communications including fire and rescue, emergency medical services operations, medical examiner, forestry services, and animal control. For economic and physical development, the recommended budget for economic and fiscal development functions is $3,593,538, or 2.8% of the general fund budget. This function provides for planning and inspections, cooperative extension, soil and water services, the Rocky Mount Wilson Airport, and our Nash County economic development. For human services, the recommended budget for human services function is $32,288,669, or 25.2% of the general fund budget. Human services includes the Public Health Department, the Department of Social Services, Senior Services, Veteran Services, Mental Health Services, Office of Juvenile Justice Program, Home and Community Care Block Grant Services, and outside agency funding. For cultural and recreation, the recommended budget for cultural and recreation functions is $2,749,140, or 2.1% of the general fund budget. This function includes funding for the library, Parks and Recreation, and Parks Maintenance. The total for this function includes funding for Braswell Library, including the state library grant, and the county's 5 municipal libraries. For education, the recommended budget for education is $26,634,186, or 20.8% of the general fund budget, excluding debt service. This includes funding of $21,376,860 for current expenses and $1,396,890 for capital needs for Nash County Public Schools. This budget also includes $3,152,902 for current expenses and $707,534 for capital needs for Nash Community College. The total recommended budget for Nash County Public Schools remains constant from FY25. The demerger of the school system reduced the facilities that must be operated and maintained, as well as a reduction in staffing levels. For these reasons, Nash County will maintain current funding. The recommended budget for the community college contains an 8% increase over the current fiscal year. Nash Community College has developed a 7-year capital improvement plan, and this budget recommends funding year 1 of the plan at $417,534. For debt service, the overall debt service for FY20, that should be 26. For FY26 is $6,832,069 of the general fund budget, including debt service for Nash County Public Schools of $3,016,953 and Nash Community College for $596,339. For capital, the recommended capital budget is $2,714,245. This appropriation includes funding for vehicle replacements in tax, animal control, DSS, the Sheriff's Office, detention, and EMS. Also includes a new IP phone system, computer replacements, some carpet improvements, 911 radio tower improvements and equipment replacements, mobile radio replacements, and a number of other facility improvements and equipment purchases. Other funded capital includes replacing medical devices and adding training equipment to EMS, replacing technology equipment in DSS, and digitalizing personnel documents and human resources. There are major capital needs that are not included in the FY26 recommended general fund budget. Davenport Public Finance recently released a request for proposal on behalf of Nash County to solicit bids for financing several capital projects. The funding will address the replacement of the roof on the admin building, add lighting at Miracle Park at Coopers, provide for renovations of the old courthouse, address repurposing the Med Park building to serve as our new public health building, and transform the newly purchased church facility into Nash County's Recreation Center. All of these projects are planned to be funded with just over $13 million. Transfers out. The recommended budget includes a transfer of $200,000 to the Tax Revaluation Reserve Fund. An overview of other funds. In addition to the general fund, the county administers several funds supported by fees and other restricted revenue sources. The enterprise fund and the fire district fund are briefly mentioned here. Other funds included in the overall proposed budget are included in the budget summary. Nash County's enterprise funds, the solid waste fund, and the water sewer funds operate as enterprise funds with no property tax contribution. Each fund is supported by user fees. Fee increases are recommended in these funds due to increases in the cost of doing business. The recommended fee increases are presented in detail in the fee change section of the FY26 budget workbook. Solid waste fund. The solid waste program is composed of two elements: the construction and demolition, C&D, landfill, and convenience sites. The combined budget is recommended at $4,399,866. $937,122 is for the landfill, and $3,462,764 is for the convenience sites. The recommended budget includes fee increases to ensure the independent sustainability of both of these budgets. Water and sewer. The Water and Sewer Fund is made up of the Central Nash Water Sewer Fund and the Northern Nash Water Sewer Fund. The combined budget appropriation for the two public utility funds is recommended at $4,078,680. Proposed fee changes were presented to the board to adjust for rate increases the county will experience, primarily from the impact of the City of Rocky Mount rate increases. Fire tax districts. There are 18 fire tax districts in the county that have individual tax rates. The county levies a tax in these fire districts and administers the collection and disbursement of those taxes within the fire tax fund. The county received one request to change a fire tax rate from the Brattleboro Community Volunteer Fire Department, the Harrison Fire District. The request is for an increase in their rate from 12 cents to 14.5 cents. In conclusion, this FY26 recommended budget maintains the 63-cent tax rate that was established last year. This budget makes investments in our employee wages and new merit pay system, capital projects and infrastructure needs, replacement of technology, equipment, and vehicles, safety and security enhancements, and takes an overall conservative approach to spending while observing changes at the state and federal government levels. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and express my appreciation for my leadership team. They have worked tirelessly to help me provide this recommended budget, and I thank them for their hard work, dedication, passion, professionalism, and team effort. I truly have the privilege of working with the best of the best. So for next steps, a copy of the budget has been filed with the clerk to the board and is available for public inspection in the manager's office as well as on the county website. A notice of public hearing was published as required. Today, we will hold the public hearing. At the board's June 16th, 2025 meeting, the budget ordinance will be presented for adoption, making appropriations, estimating revenues, and levying taxes for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Commissioners are urged to carefully consider and study the recommended budget. If there are any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact staff. On behalf of your staff, we look forward to working with the commissioners during the coming year to provide the best services possible at the most reasonable cost to the taxpayers of Nash County. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, we've heard from the manager. Next, we're going to move into public hearing, and after we get the input from our residents, then we will bring it back to the board for discussion. All right, so at this time, I call for a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address the board on the fiscal year 26 budget? If you would, please come forward one at a time and state your name at the podium for the record. If you would, one at the podium at a time and just state your name for the record. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Thelma Harris. I'm a bus monitor for Nash County Schools. My colleagues and I are few in number today. There are very serious concerns for public school staff regarding our pay. Our superintendent, Dr. Ellis, added a long overdue supplement to his budget for classified and a 2% increase for certified staff. This is of the utmost importance to public school staff, who makes up the fourth largest employer in Nash County. Yet this public hearing is happening at a time that the vast majority of us can't be here. I am presenting almost 200 postcards of public school workers that couldn't be in attendance today because they are working. I have a simple request today. I know you all have discussed an additional meeting if more discussions were needed, and I'm asking that you hold another public hearing on the budget at a time that my colleagues can be here. You should hear them. They have an amazing story. I thank you for this time, and I'd like to present these postcards.
If you would give it to the clerk, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Alicia Heyman. I'm a school bus driver. A few months ago, I asked the lady in central office that does payroll, how much did I make? And to my surprise, it was less than what I thought it was. I have a daughter that works at, hold on. I thought as a 27-year veteran of Nash County Schools, I'm making $18 an hour. Smithfield Packing, which is just a few minutes down the road from where I live, they are making almost $19 an hour. I have a daughter that's been there for 4 years, and she's already above $20 an hour. A few years ago, some of your bus drivers had met with a Wake County official who had offered us to come drive for them. But because of our loyalty to Nash County, we decided to stay. We could have been working like 6 hours a day and getting paid $20+ an hour. considering our tenure, how long we've been with the school system. Recently, Chairwoman Leggett asked, why don't we pay our classified staff a supplement? That's a good question. Chairman Outlaw responded that none of the other counties pay a supplement for classified staff. But that's simply not true. I'll start with Wake County. Most Wake County classified staff start between $17.75 to $20 an hour. Trainees on the bus make $17.75. That is more than a whole lot of us classified staff make after working here 10 years. As a 27-year employee, I'm barely making more than a Wake County trainee. This year, Wilson County approved a 7% supplement for all classified staff. For years, Edgecombe County has provided a $300 supplement to classified staff, and right now, they're discussing increasing that to $1,300 for next year. Halifax County supplements staff with $2,000 longevity pay after the first 5 years, and they give $500 every 5 years after that. In Nash County, we have to wait until 10 years before we begin to receive our longevity pay. So yes, other counties pay a supplement for the classified staff, but I don't even think that's the point. Our concern shouldn't be what do other counties pay. They pay more, but that's not the point. The point is our public school staff right here are struggling. The folks that transport, feed, clean up, love, discipline, and educate the children of this county are barely making ends meet on their current salaries. I have worked a part-time job. I've been working at Amazon for almost 5 years, and I make $26 an hour because, like I said before, because of my loyalty here, I decided to stay full-time instead of going to Amazon. With my remaining time, I want to share with you how all of this impacts our students, because they are who we do. Because of them, we do what we do, and they are the future of this county. Every adult that works for the school system and interacts with kids has an impact on those children. It doesn't matter if you're a teacher, a TA, a custodian, bus monitor, or the secretary. All of us build relationships with those students.
You have 1 minute left, ma'am.
Okay. Many of the children have faced unimaginable hardships and loss. They come to us to depend on, they come to us as mentors, advisors, or even just a shoulder to cry on when they're having a bad day. When one of my colleagues leaves for another county or retires early because it's not worth it to stay on this salary, that's another trusted adult that those kids no longer get to see every day. When we can't fill vacancies, mostly everyone in the building are pulling double loads. It puts us under a lot of stress, and we know that stress and the shortages have a negative impact on our kids. You said that our primary concern is safety, but we know that the best way to keep our students safe is by having a fully staffed school and buses. Our budget is a reflection of our values as a county. If we value students, we have to pay our public school staff to do the work of educating them.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your input. Anyone else wishing to speak? State your name, please.
Nancy Westbreak, Nashville Graphic. I had a question because if I remember correctly, Freddie Howell was one of several who asked Ms. Schatzer to get additional information from the public schools regarding the proposed addition for one full-time SRO in each school. And if I remember right, you wanted Ms. Schatzer to find out what additional state funding might be available, because that part was kind of nebulous on what was available. So I was just wondering if you got any more from the school system about that.
The information that was sent from the school system did not address SROs. It addressed the capital needs that were in their requests, but it did not address the SROs.
Okay, so no additional info
No.
from them. Okay.
Anyone else wishing to speak in public hearing? Good morning. Please state your name for the record, ma'am.
My name is Wilma Jones DeRosa, and I just would like to say that we transport the most precious cargo in the world, and that is your children.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? Good morning, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is William Booz. I'm from, live here in Nash County. I've been driving buses for over 30 years with the Nash County school system. I transport as a substitute bus driver. When the bus drivers, the full-time bus drivers, I was full-time, and then I went to work with the state. I'm a correction officer, so I've been working with them. And I also maintain my employment with Nash Rocky Mountain School System, driving, transporting students back and forth to school. But while I'm standing, I'm speaking on behalf of the full-time bus drivers who having a hard time getting off work to go to their doctor's appointments, take their children back and forth to their appointments and making needs be. So they missing time out of work, and they using the substitute bus drivers to come to their defense. But the problem is, we having a difficult time trying to have sub-bus drivers, enough sub-bus drivers to accommodate the full-time bus drivers. So we getting a lot of substitute bus drivers saying that, you know, we don't have a time they call, like, first thing in the morning, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning before school. So some of the schools, bus drivers hit the road 5 o'clock in the morning. And short notices, when they call, when they have a bus driver who was sick or woke up that morning, child ill, down, they call to central office to the bus garage, they need no driver. They can't find nobody. Bus sitting in the parking lot don't get moved until they find a driver. School kids get school late because of that situation. So I'm saying all that to say that a lot of bus drivers go above and beyond to make sure that these children get back and forth to school on a safety manner. And I'm standing on behalf of all the substitute bus drivers for us being listed with the full-time bus drivers, if you understand what I'm saying, that we go above and beyond to help to get these children to school safely on short notice. At the end of the day, they don't have a bus driver because somebody got sick, and then they call us to come. So I think that all the bus drivers over the 30 years that I've been driving buses, that it's a great need for these bus drivers to stay right here in Nash County. I'm committed to Nash County. That's why I'm still driving for Nash County, even though I'm a correction officer. So I take it upon myself, and just listening to a lot of other bus drivers, sub-drivers, they saying that it's not worth it because they don't get to pay. It's not worth it getting up 4 o'clock in the morning when they didn't call us a day before, short notice, and they needing a driver, so they won't go. So these students don't get to school. So if these students don't get to school, teachers don't have a job. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Their job, every road everybody pay an important part in the children's daily activities and getting them back and forth to school. Everybody pay an input. So I just speaking on all, that if the commissioners, if y'all would please consider the wages, pay, or however, whatever's going that everybody's asking for, take it in component yourselves, and just think about it. Y'all probably have children yourselves going to school, or grandchildren, or somebody. Think about your children and what it means to do, getting them back and forth to school on a timely basis. If you don't have no bus driver to pick them up, then y'all got to go out of y'all way to take them to school as well. So I just want to say to everybody, just come together, just think about it, not just on the part of just the school system, think about put everybody's children in that scenario. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Arrington. I'm standing on behalf of the bus drivers. As a lot of the co-workers have said, Nash County says that we are children-driven. If we are children-driven, we need to get those children to school safely. We come to work, like co-workers have said, we get up 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. We are on the clock before some of you all are turning over. But all we asking is to come together so we can get what we need to be successful. We can't just do this by ourselves. We have to all work together to get this done. And that's what we are asking of you all. Please, dig deep, look, whatever that can be done. We appreciate this to be done. Now, like I told you all the last time, I'm up in age. I need to be home sitting down somewhere. But I'm working for Nash County School as a school bus driver. I have never missed a day in my life since I've been working for Nash County Public School until I had an aneurysm in 2017. And I fought to get back on my job. And I have continued to be here. So this, it's a lot of us up in age, and we struggling to make ends meet. We come to our job. It's important to us that we do this. We got to all come together and work on this thing, because without us, it's no teachers. Without us, it's no schools. Without us, it's no superintendent. Without us, it is not your children being able to go to school. I thank you all.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Chadwick Brown. I'm a bus monitor, and this is really about the DA, the custodians and teachers and everybody too, about, the raises and everything. But I guess you see, like the young lady and the man said, about how we come out, work hard with the kids and everything. But I guess the thing is, you will have to be there to see it. And the vaping and everything, that is a lot. And you see these, and it's like, you see your EC kids. It's not regular kids, it's EC, and you get, like he said, you get these other phone calls in the morning. It's not just a regular schedule, 8 to 5, you're getting up early in the morning, and you getting, hey, can you ride this, can you get on this other bus? And where do I have to go to another lot? It's a gas, it's a raise. But we've talked, I'll see what I can do. It's just a question. So, I mean, and you have to be, trained for learning this, working with EC kids, knowing how to start to put them in wheelchairs and stuff. So, I mean, it's not much asking, but just to put something in there. To ask. You don't mind?
Thank you for your input, sir.
Sir?
You have any other comments?
No, that's it.
Appreciate your input.
Thanks.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Is there anyone else wishing to speak before we close the public hearing? Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one else who wishes to speak on the budget, I call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Public hearing is closed. Now I want to open it up for discussion from the board, including any items you wish to discuss as submitted and summarized in my May 28th email. Who's
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leggett?
First, I'd just like to ask the county manager, for people who wish to review the budget online, where should they go to find that?
I don't have the exact path with
Okay.
me, but I'm sure Jonathan's listening right now. I'm sure there'll be a banner at the
Okay.
top of the homepage
Okay.
that people will be able to click on to access that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or discussion from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
I have something to say that may warrant discussion. These workers have come to us today, and on May 19th, I recall I asked for 4% supplement. Commissioner Arrington, I believe, mentioned a 3% supplement, which did not get traction. Because of all they do, and I'm frankly embarrassed that Halifax County is doing more for their classified than we are. At one time, they were the poorest county in this state, and I believe they teeter on that as it is. And for them to give a $500 bonus and we not give anything, and just for other counties, period. And I know I've been told what some counties do, but we have always done a survey or have done a salary survey for the Sheriff's Department and some other departments, EMS, but I wonder if one had ever been done for the classified workers. And with that said, I would ask my fellow commissioners, if you can't even go 2% supplement, if you would be in agreement to a one-time bonus at the end of the year of $500 for the classified workers. That's my ask, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you
Commissioner
talking,
Wilkins.
I'm
Commissioner
going to ask her
Belfield?
a question.
Excuse me?
On classified workers, are you talking about the county, the schools?
Classified
or both?
work, Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, you may, Commissioner.
Classified workers would be the child nutrition workers, which are the cafeteria workers, the bus drivers, the custodians, and mechanics. And teacher assistants,
Please.
I believe.
Nothing from the audience. This is board discussion. Ms. Belfield, that's simply non-certified people. It could be teacher assistants, it could be bus drivers, it could be custodians, anyone that falls into that category.
Yeah, but I was just wondering, county employees too, when she said that.
We're only speaking to public school system employees,
Okay,
Nash County Public Schools.
okay.
Any other discussion or comments from the board?
Yeah, Well, I would like to
Go
say
ahead,
this.
Commissioner Bellfield.
I'm not pleased with leaving the school system flat, what that budget is now. And I'm not pleased with outside agencies that we fund. Those two issues bother me. And there's some good things in this budget, the total budget, but those two, just, if we can't do anything about them, if the board doesn't do anything about it, I have no other choice but to vote against the whole budget.
Any other discussion or comments from the board? Commissioner Howell?
I know some of us on here, I use this a lot, and I'm the new kid, but I'm still learning, but, and of course, trying to understand the county budget's one thing, but there's a lot of gray area here that I'm still struggling with the school system. And I know our county manager has made different requests on behalf of us from our joint meetings and stuff. I think there's still a lot of gray area out there as far as how funding takes place. I know you've got certified and you've got classified. And I also know that there's state money given each year, but it's still unclear to me is where the county school classified employees fall in that. And a couple of the commissioners, I've had some discussions about it. And we've asked more information back from the Nash County Public School System, and we haven't gotten clarification on that. I do agree, and I do appreciate your passion. I appreciate your hard work and your dedication, because you're right. The children, that's our most precious thing that we have, and I thank you for saying that. And we're going through times where inflation has driven everything up, and our pay is not where it needs to be, not just for the school system, but several different workers across the United States. And there's things in place that we've addressed, there's things in place that we haven't addressed, we're still having to work towards, and I think this is one of them. I definitely would like to see you as employees get more money for the services that you're providing for the Nash County Public School System, but I'm still unclear where that responsibility lies. Does it lie on the state? Does it lie on the county? And I get we can do supplements, but I don't think we can supplement our way out of this and fix it. So I'm still asking for more information. I know the county manager's done her due diligence in requesting that, but I just don't have a lot of information to be able to make a decision to support a supplement. If we wanted to do a one-time bonus to allow them time over the next year to do something different and present something in the future and dive deeper in this to get more, I could support that. I know there was comments made a while ago about the SROs. I mean, just as important as it is to transport them to school, to me, it's just as important to be able to protect those individuals once they get there, and also the teachers and staff that are working with those children. So definitely had concerns there, and our county manager has reached out on that, and we just don't have clarification on really what we need to be able to properly provide the funding that's needed, I think. So I understand their concerns and passion, and I share that with you, and we are trying to look at this and trying to figure it out, but there's a lot of unanswered questions still that we're waiting for answers.
Any other questions or comments from board? Commissioner Davis?
To my other board members, anything we do on behalf or in conjunction with the school board, we've got coordinated through the school board. We don't need to be just arbitrarily designated bonuses for school employees, because they won't look favorable to that, I don't think. But allotting money to the school board, of course, we know we don't dictate where that money goes. We can suggest, but we certainly don't dictate it. But I wouldn't want, I would hate to see this board approve funding directly to employees that are not county employees without working through the agency that is really responsible for funding whatever agency that is, whether it be the school board or any other agency, community college or whatever. We've got to work through our appropriate protocols and work through those boards. Thank you.
Any other comments or discussion?
if no one that has
Commissioner Wilson.
not spoken. In regard to what Commissioner Davis just said, yeah, no, we can't arbitrarily give money, but the school board, I am told, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, if this board so chooses to give funds to the school board, we can designate or ask them to give that funding to the classified workers. If this board voted on a $500 bonus at the end of the year, this board can vote on that, recommend it to the school board, give the superintendent and the school board that funding to give it to them. And from my understanding, you've done it in the past before I came on this board, and that the school board has not varied from that recommendation from the board. Is that correct, Commissioner Davis?
Look,
Yes. That is correct. We did it.
let's,
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
Just
I
ask the question,
apologize. I
Commissioner
apologize. So anyway, in a nutshell, this board can do whatever it very well pleases and recommend to the Nash County Public Schools that they use that funding for, say, a $500 bonus for classified workers, if we so choose. And again, in the past, the school board has honored our recommendation. So to hide behind that it's not done or it's never been done, we don't need to do that. We either need to do it or not. And I still stand with that recommendation of at least giving a bonus, a one-time bonus this year until we can figure it out.
thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. Any other discussion on this matter?
I have one.
Commissioner Harrington?
Well, I want to at least say to the classified workers that we appreciate all that you do and that you're very valued. And one of the things about our budget is that we are funding the school system at the same level that we did last year. So I guess I'm not all happy about that because that's at 20.8%, and then we have our human services, that's at 25.2%. So our education funding is not keeping up with our human services budget. Most of the time, we, in the past, our education budget stayed up or a little percentage above that. And I hope that as we go through the process, that the Board of Education can find a way to give a bonus or some type of increase to our classified workers.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrington. Other comments or discussion on this matter before us now?
Yeah.
Commissioner Belfield?
Those employees that are in the school system on an hourly basis, they make so much an hour. They have limited hours during the week. Interest rates are going up, food prices are going up, rent's going up, all of those things, whatever they classify in that area, well, I know on food and interest in borrowing money, interest up 7% now. And we need to consider that. They're limited on the hours that they're working in school, including bus drivers. Probably none of them make no more than 3 hours a day. And so we need to consider those things.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Chairman, you're stating, is there any more comments on what we're discussing now? Are you referring to the classified?
I'm talking about the classified, sir. If we could kind of, I've written that down, and we'll come back and talk about that after we go through everything else.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the classified bonus question?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
would it be appropriate at this time, we did consensus vote before on May 19th. I would like to see a consensus vote by hands on the $500 bonus that I proposed.
Would you be willing to wait until we go through the other items before
Yes, sir.
us? Then I'll come back and revisit them one at a time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And understand that classified, it's not just bus drivers we're talking about the full gamut of classified personnel. Okay, so we will come back to that. All right, any other discussion or comments regarding any other matter related to the budget? Commissioner Davis?
Commissioner Wilkins, you can go ahead first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got so taken away by the classified worker subject. And if I'm out of order, let me know if we haven't gotten there yet. Outside agency funding.
All right, go ahead. If Commissioner Davis defers you, then you can go ahead.
Okay, outside agency
You good with
funding.
that, Commissioner Davis?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I am still requesting that Casa Azul de Wilson be removed from outside agency funding and giving Nash County taxpayer dollars of $10,000 to them when we have 6 other Nash County agencies that are getting less than that. A lot has come to light. I just do not believe that we should send that money there when they only support or help Hispanic, Latinx community. What about the white community? What about the black community? What about American Indians? We, as a county and government organization, and I'm stopping short of saying that one D word, but we just, I feel, cannot send $10,000 of Nash County taxpayer money to Wilson County. And so again, I ask that Casa Azul be removed from outside agency funding, and that $10,000 be divided up to those 6 lower outside agencies.
Any other discussion on that item?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner, excuse me, Ms. Belfield, Commissioner Leggett, I'll come back to you.
As I've expressed in other meetings, I do support the recommendation of our outside agency committee that went through the recommendations. They had a grading metric for all of the different services that were considered. Casa de Azul, they do focus on Spanish-speaking populations, but it is primarily for school children. And those are English, Spanish-speaking, and this is a non-duplicated service that was considered. Thank you.
Other comments on Casa de Azul, Wilson, or anything related to nonprofits?
Well,
Commissioner Belfield?
I agree with Commissioner Wilkins that we ought to fund the agencies that serve in Nash County, total population regardless of their racial identity. And this particular agency is dealing with just one race, and I just think that we ought not to fund it.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield.
Mr. Chair.
Excuse me. Is there anybody else that's got comments that hadn't spoken on this matter of nonprofits? Commissioner Arrington?
Well, this is part of for the administration of the committee. It's being stated that I guess my question is, does their charter actually state that they totally exclude other ethnic groups or, right, is that stated in their mission?
Mr. Chairman, may I answer that?
You may, if you know the answer.
I have pulled up their charter from the Secretary of State website, and I mentioned that in the May 19th meeting. Their charter says their purpose is Latinx and Hispanic community. It says nothing about we help others. If you go to their Facebook page, all they're concerned about is the Hispanic and Latinx community. It makes no mention about any other race or ethnicity. And Mr. Chairman, I hate to go down this road, but there are many Hispanics or migrants that work on farms, and I just hope no one on this board, I just feel like there's a conflict here, and I just had to say that.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. Did you have further comments, Commissioner Arrington?
No, sir.
Anyone else have any comments on this matter of nonprofits? Hearing none, we will come back to that as well, Ms. Wilkins, Commissioner Wilkins.
Thank you.
All right, open it up now for further discussion and comments on any other item. Commissioner Davis?
I'm just going to make a comment about the overall budget in itself. I do have grave concerns about this particular budget. I have expressed them several times before as it relates to how we projected revenue. But my main concern is the trend that we have started and continue to be on. From fiscal year 2008 to 2022, we increased our budget a grand total of 14%, a little bit over 14%, like 14.1%, 14.4%. And that was a 14-year period, so it was just over 1%. For the last 4 years, starting at 22 and going through 26 as projected, or has been asked for our budget, we have an increase of 27.82%. That's a growth rate over the last 4 years that I personally feel is non-sustainable. And I just have great concern with the overall increases that we've done for the last 4 years and continuing into the next year. But I'll continue to study it and hopefully find a way to be able to vote for the budget. But we're at a point where I certainly don't think we need to be adding anything else to the manager's budget as proposed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Any other comments on the budget?
Well,
Commissioner Arrington?
I guess I have to ask the manager about that increase. How do you describe that?
Are you referring to classified?
No, I'm referring to Commissioner Davis's comments that we are.
You're talking about the trend?
Yes, the sustainability, and that it's increased substantially from the last 4 years.
So yes, I'd like to comment. I would say that the observations that Commissioner Davis has made are just simply a reflection of the growth that Nash County is experiencing.
there you go.
The budget is only based on the revenue that we are collecting. And if that growth, if those percentages are in fact, as he stated, those are just a reality of what is happening with the growth of Nash County's tax base. The budget doesn't grow without the tax base growing. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this matter?
Yes.
Commissioner Belfield?
Looking back 8 or 10 years of what the budget increases, based on the situation now, cost of living, cost of other resources have gone up tremendously, so the budget's going to have to follow those situations and take it in consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Belfield. Other comments or discussion on this matter of budget trends? Any other matter we need to discuss related to the budget? This is your time. Commissioner Howell?
The only thing I have, and I know Madam Manager has already looked into it, and we're still waiting more information back, but I'd still love to have more information back from the school system on the SROs. I mean, we need a SRO in every school, but in our joint meeting, there's conversations where high schools, they get paid $58,000 a year reimbursement through funding from the state, and we need to cover that gap. And then on the elementary schools, there's grants every year that you apply for. So just unclear on how many grants they get versus what the difference there is, but I definitely think we need to move forward in society today at having an SRO in every school. There's so much there, and I spent some time recently with some individuals in that field and got to know more, and there's so much involved as these individuals mentioned earlier today, when you work with these kids, you can uncover a lot of things. And the whole thing here is to be preventive, not reactive. If we're reacting, there's lives at stake, or there's already, unfortunately, deaths just occurred. So anything we can do to prevent that is what we need to do. And that is our most precious cargo, is our children, and that's the future citizens of Nash County. So I definitely would encourage the school system to give us more information back if they could timely. And I know it's at the last minute now because the manager and her team has worked really hard to get this budget to where it's at. But I still have concerns on that, and it's nothing with the manager or with the rest of the commissioners up here. We just need more information.
Any other comments or discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Leggett?
comment, I'd just like to thank the manager and your staff and our chairman specifically for all of their hard work and digging deep on this budget to provide all the information requested and the high level of transparency possible during this year's budget process. We've had a lot of requests, and you have really dug deep and looked in every corner to find the dollars to be able to make those things happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leggett. Is there any other comments or discussion related to the budget before we go back to the matters that we discussed? Okay, we're going to go back. There are a couple of items that we're going to bring back to the floor. And I'm going to make this statement regardless of what this board decides as a consensus today. I would just request that there to be no outburst from the audience. I would appreciate that very much, and I know this board would as well. So I go back now to Ms. Wilkins and the matter of the $500 bonus for classifieds, which would apply to all classified. If the board would not have an objection to this, I'd call for a consensus. Excuse me?
May I make a couple
You may.
comments?
Sure.
With this particular item, I would really urge the board to just hold off. Number one, we have no idea how many employees we're talking about and what the dollar sign, total dollar amount is for what you're possibly going to get consensus for. Both Commissioners Davis and Belfield brought up good points that I really would like the full board to consider. Number one, we have county employees that, as you all know, we just raised our floor salary to the $17 an hour in last year, in the current year budget that we're in. Therefore, if you all are going to make a decision to do something for school employees that are in that same pay range, I would really have to say that I would like for you to consider county employees that are in that same pay range. Furthermore, with Commissioner Davis's comments about having another board to communicate with as far as you all making funding decisions for their staff, I think it would be very beneficial for this board to have more communication with that board to see that you all are landing at the same place on this item. But my biggest plea is to not make a consensus vote on, we have no idea what this total dollar sign looks like right now. And this is an item, whether it's in this budget ordinance or not, is something that could come before this board at any time moving forward. Especially Commissioner Wilkins, you mentioned by end of year, and I don't know if that means end of fiscal year or end of calendar year, but both of those are either 6 or 12 months in our future. And so I would just urge you to continue to work on this item and not make a vote on it today.
Would this board have any objection to having those discussions with the Nash County Public Schools and working through the details and bringing that back as a separate item before we approve the budget on the 16th?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Howell.
Yes, sir. Chairman, I would, and I would also like to add that we put the SROs in consideration with that as well to get more information.
We can get that more information on that as well. Commissioner Wilkins?
Mr. Chairman, I just don't think we can, the county manager said at one point, talked about the funding, and then she said giving the county employees that are in that same salary range that pay, that bonus or pay as well. And I just don't agree with that. This is a separate issue, and just, I mean, even if there's 500 employees, a one-time bonus of $500 is only $250,000. And I just feel like these classified workers need their own appreciation. We need to show it. They are struggling just like everybody else is struggling. And for the woman, Alicia, I forgot her last name, but who's been with this, driving a school bus for 20-plus years and only at $18 an hour, that is just outrageous. And I just feel like this board needs to make an effort. If we wait for the school board, and like I said, we've done it before, or you all have done it before in the past, recommended bonus or a pay supplement for the classified workers, and then the school board did accommodate with the funding we gave. So I would be against putting it off. It may get put off to next year sometime. When do we show our appreciation? So.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. Commissioner Leggett, you have a comment?
No, I saw another member had their hand up.
Commissioner Davis?
I just, we depend on our administration staff to guide us. We've had a pretty strong request from our management team. I think it would be a huge mistake to take a vote, a consensus vote, or any kind of other vote that involves another elected board without having input from that elected board. I want to remind this Board of Commissioners that we can change our budget at any meeting we have. We do budget amendments every time we get together, first meeting of the month. Let's do our homework. Let's get it right and not have to undo something. And for goodness sakes, let's don't do anything that's going to put us in a position with another elected board or appointed board that doesn't leave us with the working relationship that we've all worked so hard to get, particularly with our public school board who are elected officials. We're getting along better than we ever have. And it's due to the joint effort of this board and the joint effort of the school board. So we need to continue our open communications with them and not do hasty matters. But if it's, you know, the other thing we hadn't spoke about today is we got a state budget that we don't know when it's going to get approved. And it's got a lot to do with the things we're talking about here today. If we've got to let the state finish theirs and see what it is they're going to fund, because I promise you, in my 21 years, 22, 23 years now, one thing I've learned, if we step out front, the state is perfectly willing for us to fund anything that we'll fund, and they won't put it in the budget. We got to give them the opportunity, and the things we're talking about here, for the most part, the state funds public school systems. And after the state does their budget, if this board's not satisfied with it, and we decide we want to give a bonus, we want to give a supplement, let's bring it back up at the appropriate time and take the vote when we got all the information that we need to make the correct decision when we take a vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Any other comments? Commissioner Howard?
Just one thing, and I haven't asked this before, but as I'm learning on this, is was there an impact, and some of the other commissioners here may can answer that, even though we're keeping the budget the same from last year to this year because there's less schools, there's less students, there's less employees, which means in theory they're getting more money, in the increase in their budget. But what about the Title I changes? Did that affect their funding at all since we pulled away from EdgeCom and it's all Nash and the Title I? Does anybody have any information on that, how that impacted their budget internally? Because I didn't get anything in the presentation when we did our joint meeting that clarified any of that either.
We can ask for that information.
If you would, ma'am, thank you.
All right, any discussion or comments on this matter?
I thought,
Commissioner Belfield?
no, it
Did
was,
you?
I thought,
If I make no mistake, I think both count as a Title I. Ash and Edgecombe. So that really doesn't make a difference.
Commissioner Davis?
What Mr. Howell, or Commissioner Howell is referring to is, it goes by student, and it is a fact that majority of the students that move from Nash Public Schools to Edgecombe Public Schools were Title I students, so it did have some effect on it. My understanding is it didn't have the effect that they felt like at one time it was going to have, because there was a group of us, 3 board members on the Board of Commissioners, were meeting with the school board, I don't know that we had three members there, but we met with 3 school board members for about 8 or 9 months, numerous meetings, and that was discussed numerous times. As it ended up, it didn't have the grade effect that felt like at one time, but it did have some negative effect because the majority of the students were indeed Title I students that moved over to the other school system. But it was minor compared to what they thought it might be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Other comments?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Wilkins?
I just want to say, I feel like we've gotten a little off track. I was asking for a consensus on the classified getting a $500 bonus at the end of this calendar year, and then the county manager added to that. If it were a motion, which it cannot be, I would have to accept her amendment to what I made. And I'm just asking, is that proper? Because I want a consensus whether or not I want to know whether we have a consensus or not on the classified workers receiving the $500.
Well, when we finish discussion on this, then I'll answer your question. Is there any other discussion from anyone? All right, I just have a brief comment. I think what the manager has requested is fair, and I think it can be done in a timely manner. And if it's appropriate then for this board, once they have all the information, to provide a bonus to classified personnel in the Nash County Public School System, and I respect what Commissioner Davis is saying about working with that board, and I think we should do that. So with that understanding, I believe once that information is gathered, then we could make a more educated decision on this matter. So what do you think the timing would be for that, Madam Manager? Could it be done to support the timing one way or the other for the budget adoption on the 16th, or would it be later?
Well, I don't believe so. If we're talking about trying to have some communication with their board to see,
Are you thinking July 1st?
I mean, I think that, again, that would be up to this board.
Well, I'm
and-
asking you, what do you think would be reasonable in terms of having that discussion to come to a decision? Because you're going to need to provide, if we went in that direction, and I'm not saying we will, then you'd have to provide that information to this board for consideration.
I do not think that we will have that information by the 16th of June for the adoption of this budget.
Okay.
And so at this point, I would like to say, as has been stated, this is a decision that this board can make at any time moving forward. We will reach out and request information. I think we need to have an understanding of what kind of communication this board would like to have with the school board to understand where they stand on the subject. I'm not sure how you want to move forward with that.
Well, I think I've got 2 matters before me, and I'll ask the attorney to help guide me. I know this is a non-binding vote, but it's a consensus. It would give direction to the manager for the budget. So, Mr. Gaynor, should I vote on the recommendation from Commissioner Wilkins first, and then see what happens there before I go to the next item? If this passes, then that's the end of it. If it doesn't, then we go to the next and vote.
What are you referring to as the next?
I'm talking about the classified
Well, I know that.
bonus. Commissioner Wilkins has recommended a $500 bonus for classified, which if it gets consensus vote, then I assume that the manager will put it in the budget. And it would be from a non-recurring expense item. If we don't get consensus on that, then the consensus is obviously that we are going to give the manager time to work through this with the school system, and whoever from this board works with her on that, we can designate that person or persons.
Right. I mean, I think that that would be up to you how you want to do that. I mean, if you get consensus, then the process thus far has been to ask her to add it to the budget.
Yes, that's correct.
If it doesn't get consensus, then you could ask for a consensus vote as to whether, you
Well,
know,
we
you
would
want
not-
the manager to explore more information.
Exactly.
I do think I should clarify that I don't believe that it would be legal for the County Board of Commissioners to dictate how the school board would allocate that budget.
We would not do that, but in my experience in the past,
Certainly.
they have been very accommodating if we requested it.
Certainly.
So certainly, we would not dictate how they use their money.
That they wouldn't have the authority to do.
But again, then there's two questions before us. The first question is Commissioner Wilkins' question about $500 bonus. And the second question, if that does not gain consensus, then we would authorize the manager, encourage the manager to go back to the Nash County Public School System, Dr. Steve Ellis, and we would probably, I would probably want to participate in that discussion, and whoever else from this board, as long as we didn't have a quorum, or maybe, it's, you know, I would ask them to participate as well. But I do not think, from what I've heard today, in my mind, I'm thinking, I don't really have a problem with classified, but it's put some question in my mind now that we've talked about classified in terms of not knowing exactly what we're voting on, and maybe alienating the superintendent and the school board by doing something ahead of talking to them. So in that regard, I would not support the bonus at this time, but I would support a revisiting of the matter with the superintendent. So with that said, I'm going to call for consensus vote on Commissioner Wilkins' request for a $500 bonus for all classified in Nash County Public Schools. If you're in favor of that request, then please raise your right hand. If you're opposed to that request, raise your right hand. Mr. Belfield, did you vote, sir?
He voted for me.
Okay,
I voted.
so that's a 5-2 vote. All right. Now, Commissioner Howell,
Chairman, can I make a request that we do another consensus vote?
we're going to make another one now but if you want to state that consensus,
If we would take a consensus vote on having the county manager coordinate some type of meeting or information needed for us to be able to make a qualified decision, and also review the legal process, what we can or cannot recommend to another board, where we stand legally on that, and get the information and discuss this at a later date and take a consensus vote on it at that time for the $500 bonus and also for the SROs. And that can be done together or separate based on as information is available.
is that your consensus motion?
If it pleases the board.
Is there a second on that
Could you-
consensus motion? Commissioner Aaron?
Well, I want to see if he would include that the county manager bring us information on the cost of the classified bonus.
Yes, sir.
Everybody good with that consensus motion?
I'd like to, if I
Commissioner
may,
Davis?
ask him to restate it, because I'm not quite caught up.
Commissioner Howell, restate it?
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Off the cuff.
Go ahead, you good
So
with that?
we request that the county manager reach out to the Nash County School Board system to find out, number one, what our head count would be for classified positions, to consider a $500 bonus for those individuals, and what the financial impact would be. Number two, check with our legal department to find out what legally we can and cannot do between two boards, what we can recommend or can't recommend, and how we can handle that. And also the SROs, as far as more information in regards to what is funding and what funds are needed to be able to put an SRO in every school to be considered by the Board of Commissioners.
Commissioner Davis?
And I'm thinking, with you saying it like you're saying it, you're going to also have the knowledge of who else is funding SROs or classified workers before we make that decision.
Yes, sir, because that's the missing component now that our Madam County Manager has
As
requested.
long as your consensus vote includes us having all the information we need, I don't have an issue with it as stated.
Any other comments on the consensus motion? So, Madam Manager, are you thinking someone has that discussion with you and the superintendent, or you just have that discussion yourself? I'm good either way you think it's,
Whoever wants to be involved.
well, everybody's going to want to be involved. I trust.
Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, Ms. Wilkins, Commissioner Wilkins. I trust that you would go and bring back the correct information, the information that's been asked for.
That's what I plan to do.
Okay. Commissioner Wilkins.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask to go with the county manager on that since I was the first one and I asked for that consensus and it was voted down. I would ask to meet with the school superintendent and the county manager and whoever else on this board wants to do it. I would like to go as well.
Is there anyone else that has interest in that?
Mr. Chairman, if we could not get into those details until I get the information about who needs to be involved in that conversation with regard to the spending, I think that would be helpful.
If you get that information, and I don't really know that it's necessary for any commissioner to participate with this manager in this discussion, but if you do get that information and it is appropriate based upon Commissioner Wilkins' request, then I would honor that request, and I would ask Commissioner Davis to also, because you've been working with the school system, to be a part of that discussion.
Mr. Chairman, we didn't get a
That wasn't why I
consensus.
had my
We
hand
didn't get a
up.
consensus on the
Excuse me.
consensus vote of Commissioner Howard.
Excuse me just a minute, Commissioner Arrington. Excuse me just a minute. I'm just trying to keep this orderly and sort through it. If you would just allow me that time to do that. So, the motion on the floor is from Commissioner Howell. You've heard the consensus motion. Is there a second?
It's a consensus.
It's just a consensus.
It's a
but it's not
consensus
motion.
vote. It's not a formal approval. We've said that so many times, it seems we would know that by now. A consensus vote is non-binding. But we've got a motion for that consensus vote. Is there a second?
I don't think you need a second, but I have a comment I'd like to make.
Go ahead, sir.
I had my hand up previously to agree with you that I think the proper thing to do is let the manager collect the information, bring it back to the board. Of course, she's always been upfront about everything she does, and I think it I would feel better if it was done that way and commissioners not get involved in it, as you stated.
Well, we've always done a second on consensus vote. And so to be consistent, I'd like to do that today. So are you amending Commissioner Howell's consensus?
No, sir, I am seconded his consensus motion, sir.
So you don't wish to make that amendment for the manager to have these discussions on her own?
I was agreeing with the statement you made previously, Mr. Chairman.
All right. All right.
Mr. Chair, I apologize, but we don't need a second on a consensus. And it's not a motion, it's just a consensus vote. I think that we need to clarify that for the
Okay,
minutes.
I'm good with that, sir. We've always done a second, but if we don't need it, that's fine with me. All right, all in favor of the consensus vote, raise your right hand. All opposed, raise your right hand. All right, 5-2. You got the consensus. We're going to definitely soon have to take a 5-minute break, Mr. Arrington, Commissioner Arrington, I guarantee. I don't think there's anything else that we need to discuss. We got the information from Commissioner Davis on the budget trends. And we got the information from Commissioner Howell on more information on SROs, and I think Title I was a question as well. So now, is there any further discussion on this matter, the budget? All right, do we need a motion to consider adoption of the budget at our June 16th meeting? Okay.
No.
Mr. Attorney, do we need a motion? You state we do. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I believe that we do.
Thank you very much. I think we do as well. All right, is there a motion
Wait a minute.
from the floor to consider adoption of the fiscal year 26 budget at our June 16th meeting?
Mr. Chairman, did you do the outside agency?
You're right, I didn't. Excuse me. I'll come back to that. We need to do that before we do it. All right, the second item that Commissioner Wilkins brought up was the nonprofit thing, which we've already got consensus on. Do you wish to revisit that for another consensus? I'm speaking to
Yes.
you, Commissioner Wilkins. You do?
I know you were.
Okay. Comments, Commissioner Davis?
I'm not sure what you're doing, but I'll
She's
catch up.
asking for us to revisit nonprofit Casa de Azul Wilson, which we took consensus on previously, and the consensus was to fund that agency at what was recommended. She's asking that we revisit that consensus today.
That's your preview, Mr. Chairman.
I'm perfectly fine with revisiting that. So is that what your wish, Commissioner Wilkins?
Yes, and considering the email all of us got this morning from Roxanne Taylor expressing some concerns, I think it deserves another look at, and if you all are not ready to vote on that consensus, I would ask that we vote on it before the budget, which means we would have to meet again. And, but I was hoping some of you had a change of heart and not send the $10,000 to Wilson. And I just, for one last time, want to see if that is the case.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilkins. I think we should go ahead and make that determination today. So the question before us is, if you're in favor of funding the nonprofits as provided from the committee, which includes Casa de Azul Wilson, I believe for $10,000, then if you're in favor of that, raise your right hand. If you're opposed to that, raise your right hand. We have verification of consensus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I would like it noted that whatever email she's referring to, I have not seen if it come in this morning. So I don't know what she's speaking about.
I'll speak to that real briefly.
You don't need to.
Yeah, I want to, because she spoke to it, so I'll speak to it. This morning, very early, when I got up, as I always do about 6 o'clock, and checked my emails, I had an email from a young lady that was expressing opposition to Casa de Azul Wilson. I electronically sent that email this morning to the full board. I copied the staff, and I verified through our public comments policy that this lady asked me to read these comments and provide it to the board and file it appropriately. So I have provided it to the board. I've asked the manager to file it appropriately, and following the public comment policy that was approved by this board on November 4th, 2024, commissioners should not discuss the speaker's topic during the scheduled public comment, public comments shall be, all public comments shall be made in person. No letters sent to or presented to commissioners or staff prior to the meeting shall be read during the time period set aside for public comments. And I have followed those procedures, and I think those procedures are appropriate. We don't need to get into the process of reading 10, 15, 20, 100 comments from the public at this meeting. They can stand before us and present them, or they can send a designee. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Davis. But it should be in your mailbox. All right. Excuse me, sir?
I didn't have a question. I was just stating that I had not read the
Yes, sir.
emails.
You haven't seen it yet, but it's there.
Right.
All right. Is there a motion to consider adoption of the fiscal year 26 budget at our June 16th meeting?
Mr. Chairman, I question why we're voting on that. I know the attorney said it was, but what if we get to the June 26th meeting and we still got questions and need to take a vote at a later time? I don't, it's scheduled to be that day, so why are we taking a vote to actually vote on the budget that day when it's in the published agenda already? And I could direct that to the attorney if you like.
Please do. I think we're asking to consider adoption. So go ahead.
The manager has suggested to not hold that vote at this
Okay.
time. It's on the agenda. I mean, it's on, that's the recommended action, but the management team is suggesting that we not do
Okay.
that.
Fine with me.
But we've held the public hearing, so we're in compliance, and we would just need to approve that before the end of the fiscal year.
All right, well, we don't need to really do anything other than just come back to the June 16th meeting.
That's my feeling.
Any other questions or comments? All right, Commissioner Howell?
I would just like to thank the staff and the manager for all their hard work they've done putting this together, and just appreciate the efforts you've done on that.
Thank you.
All right, if no other comments, then if it be the pleasure of the board, we're definitely going to have to take a break. Does the board wish to eat or eat later, or I'm good with taking a short break and continuing? What's the pleasure of the board?
I agree with Mr. Chairman.
Short break and continue.
All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break at this time, and then we'll come back and continue with agenda item number 20. Okay, I believe we're ready to start. We're going to move now to agenda item number 20, confirm designation for Child Facility Prevention Team, Community Child Protection Team. Call on our Health and Human Services Director, Bill Hill, to present the request. Good morning, Mr. Hill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My presentation should be really brief and something very needed for you right now, I'm sure. We have had, since the early 1990s, two committees of two teams at the local level, child fatality team, primarily Health Department, and a child protection team that's primarily operated out of DSS. These meetings would be at 9 o'clock and the next one at 10 o'clock. Required to meet twice a year, but would meet usually 4 times a year. The state has mandated through legislation that some changes take place July 1, that they combine all over the state, these local teams into one. Shouldn't be any problem. The membership will be basically the same. They come from DSS, Health Department, Law Enforcement, DA's office, Director of the Community Action Agency, Superintendent of Schools Office, a member from the Human Services Board, local mental health, local guardian ad litem, healthcare provider, EMS, district court judge, medical examiner, etc. We have basically the same members that can be on this board. I just need an approval from this board. The option is whether to stay as a single county. The mandate is the legislation, the two boards, the two committees become one team. And they review all the deaths, or most of the deaths, up to age 18, that we remain a single county as opposed to being a multiple county or multi-county. Many rural areas that don't have many deaths might have multiple counties. They might have district health departments where this, but our team, our group is unanimous, and I talked with Ms. DeVego this morning, our social services director. She's in agreement too, that I request the commissioners to designate this as a single county team as opposed to several counties.
Any questions for staff? Any questions? Hearing none, Mr. Hill, if you would just kind of restate the recommendation, please.
Yeah, just one.
I recommend that this be a single county.
Excuse me, Mr. Hill. Commissioner Arrington?
Well, explain what that multi-county,
It would be.
how many are?
It could be 2, 3, or 4, or 5. It could be just more than one county. And a lot of times, this would be like in a district health department, where, like Granville-Vance, you have a district health department where maybe 2 counties would join together on a situation like that. It could be in a rural area, like Bertie County or Hertford County, or some of those counties where you just don't have that many deaths a year. We average 2 to 5 or 6 per quarter, about 18 to 20 a year, that we actually look into and find out what the cause and what kind of recommendations can make for improvements to try to prevent these deaths in the future. So in a county like ours, we have, and I'm sure, I've not heard of any counties around us that are not staying single county, as opposed to a regional approach.
Any other questions? You restate the recommendation, Mr. Hill.
I recommend that this county remain a single county local team.
Is there a motion?
Make a motion, sir.
Motion by Commissioner Howell, is there a second?
Second.
Was that Commissioner Arrington?
Davis.
Second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, sir.
We've going to move now to agenda item number 22. Since we've completed the Board of Equalization and Review, and I'd call on the Tax Administrator, Marion Cascone, to present the report, which is a report for information only today.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
In keeping with North Carolina General Statute 105-3507, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing the amount of tax collected and the efforts being made to collect those taxes. Keep in mind, this is for information purposes only and does not require approval. It's recommended that you accept the report, so it's noted in the minutes.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none and without objection, the report is accepted and will be so noted in the minutes.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Cascone, if you would, continue with agenda item number 23, tax refund request.
Yes, sir. In compliance with North Carolina General Statutes 105-381, the tax collector will submit to the governing body for their approval a list of any tax refunds after the legitimacy of the refund has been established. We are requesting that you consider the approvals of these refunds.
I see we've got one refund. Do you
Yes,
have
sir.
a reason for that refund request?
Yes, pardon me. They were charged a solid waste availability fee when they shouldn't have been.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? Hearing none, is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. The refund request is approved. Thank you, Ms. Cascone,
Thank you.
for all your help. Move now to agenda item number 24, Nash County Agricultural Advisory Board Ordinance Update. Call on Soil and Water Director Cole Strickland to present the request. Again, that's item 24.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Nash County Board of Commissioners. On Monday, May 19th, 2025, the Nash County Board of Commissioners unanimously approved to transition the administration responsibility of the Nash County Agriculture Advisory Board from the Nash County Cooperative Extension Service to the Nash County Soil and Water Conservation District. Our recommendation is to approve the ordinance update for the Nash County Agriculture Advisory Board to transition the administration responsibility to the Nash County Soil and Water Conservation District. In your attachment, you will see on page 4 the recommended change.
Any questions for staff? Any questions? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners.
Thank
Move now to agenda item number 25, lead service line replacement. Call on Grants and Intergovernmental Relations Director Emily Moore to present the request. Good morning, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon.
Well, afternoon it is.
So y'all have been here a while.
Seems like night. I should have said night.
Well, let's see. So for the lead service line replacement, Nash County has been awarded lead service line replacement funds to inventory Area 2, Northern Nash Water and Sewer District, and Central Nash Water and Sewer District. For engineering and surveying services, Nash County sought statements of qualification for engineering and surveying services to assist the county in carrying out the LSLR inventory scopes of work. The fee for the engineering and surveying services will be paid with LSLR funds. RFQ responses were due Thursday, May 8th, 2025 at 12 p.m. We received 5 proposals. Each proposal was evaluated based on qualifications, competence, and reputation of firm, experience of involved staff, ability to address local needs, availability, and hourly rate schedule. After thoroughly evaluating all the proposals, Nash County has selected the firm with the capacity and experience to best carry out the engineering and surveying services required to complete the LSLR inventories. So our recommended action, we recommend that the board approve the engineering and surveying services agreement with Mac Gay Associates. This action would be subject to review and approval of the agreement by the county attorney and the county manager. And the attachments that you should have are the RFQ that the county had posted, as well as the proposal from Mac Gay Associates.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Davis?
Unfortunately, I have a lot of questions on this one. It appears like we're getting ready, or we've been asked to award a $2.28 million contract for engineering services. Does this also complete the work that's got to be done?
Yeah, so the entire project right now is inventory. So in the application process with this one, the whole budget, the 2.28 million, that was all for the inventory. And that budget was submitted to the state in the application process and then our scope of work. And it broke down, the 2.28 million is for in-office research, field survey excavation, and database update, reports, presentations, and GIS updates for all 3 of those water districts.
Again, can you tell us this morning what the other proposals look like? Do you have that information with you? Because I really would like to start seeing that moving forward, as I've stated previously, but I just don't see where what we're doing is worth anywhere near $2.28 million.
So with all 5 of them, what they sent us was their hourly rate. So none of us sent the overall project amount. Since then, we have spoken to 9 different project managers for similar projects throughout the state to try and obtain approximate unit cost. So for ours, the unit cost, it's that total project divided by roughly 4,000 services. I'll say the costs, they did vary significantly depending on some of the areas. They were doing the potholing in-house versus hiring an external contractor. If the project included the GIS.
What was that word you just used?
Potholing, is that not the official engineering term?
What does that mean then, Mr. Boone?
Potholing, that's where they're actually removing the dirt so they could see the service line.
Thank you.
So some of the projects, they did the potholing in-house. So they, I guess, had staff go out there and dig these holes and pull the samples.
Verify the material.
Verify the material. That was not our plan. So we are looking at hiring the external contractor to do that. Some of the other projects, it would depend on if they included those GIS updates and inventory updates, traffic control, and then the amount of potholing needed per service. So sometimes a service may just need one pothole, sometimes it may need 2 or 3, just depending. So the different projects, they varied greatly. But we did speak to 9, and we're waiting to hear back from about 4 more towns, counties, different project managers that have done similar projects. But based on the ones that we spoke to with the similar projects, the proposed contract, it is within the expected range.
So that's $570 per service is what it boils down to. And you are, I'm sorry about being so inquisitive, but I thought this grant, including getting the work done, but I realized last night in reviewing material again, it did not. So if there's work to be done,
There's a whole separate grant for that.
Whole separate grant for that.
This, we applied for the inventory only.
Right.
There is LSLR replacement, and that has a higher, so this one, for each of the projects, the maximum grant award was $1 million. And for the replacement, it has a much higher grant award that's available.
and that was $1 million per district apparently then.
Yes, so we applied with 3 different projects, 3 different applications. So ours, we did get the full amount for Central Nash Water and Sewer District. That was the 1 million, that's our biggest one.
Right.
Whereas Northern Nash was 817,500, and Area 2 is 462,500. And with these, like I said, we do have that it would be subject to review. So if we get additional information, our contract is certainly not set in stone.
Okay. You say it's not set in stone, but you're asking us to vote on it, and it's just asking for the attorney approval, which is more from a legal standpoint.
Well, we do have the county manager, her approval as well.
Okay. Sure. Okay. Is this time sensitive?
It is. This project has to be completed by December.
Okay. The award of this particular proposal, is it time sensitive? Do we actually need to award this today?
Ideally, so whoever we award it to, they will have to start and finish the inventory of approximately 4,000 services by December.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Leggett?
Okay, thank you. I've just got a grammatical clarification. This is lead service line replacement and not lead like the metal. We don't have
It is
lead
the
lines.
metal.
Sir,
It is the metal.
that is the metal?
Yes, for
Okay.
the service line, so the material used for the service line to the meter, from the meter to the house.
Okay.
But yes, it is the metal,
All right,
and it's about the service, the water service from our main to the house.
okay. Thank you.
So it's primarily going to be older construction. Newer construction is going to be less of an issue. So we are inventorying 4,500 services, but we know a number of those are newer constructions. That's going to be a fairly quick assessment. Older homes, older services, they're actually going to have to uncover the service main and the service from the meter to the house to see if there's lead in those services. And if they are, we will apply for a grant that'll help us abate that because that's a public health concern.
Thank you.
Commissioner Howell?
I know you said this is under a time frame to be done by December. When was the original start date for this to take place based upon approval today?
Let's see, I think in the RFQ, the anticipated schedule was originally that the contract would be awarded and approved in May, and that they will complete their in-office research June 15th. So with this one, the state did not require an RFQ. They told us there was no, because there was no construction necessary, when they awarded the grant, I think they anticipated that we would go ahead and move forward with it. But because of the large amount, we did a RFQ process instead, so that has pushed us behind on our timeline.
Okay. And I kind of have to piggyback off of Commissioner Davis, and I've had conversations and meeting with our county manager and our attorney. When we're looking at spending $2 million of the taxpayers' money, I know we've got the agreement here, but we don't have the contract. And before I can give approval for spending that kind of money, I really need to see and have an opportunity to review the contracts. Because there's a lot of information that can be in the contracts, just not in the agreement. The agreement is flying at 80,000 feet. And if I'm going to approve $2 million, whether it's grant money or whether it's taxpayers' money, it's still money. Either we pay the state tax or we pay the county tax to get this funding. And I would feel much more comfortable if I had access to review the contract, to look at the details of the contract before approving $2 million.
Other questions for staff? Commissioner Davis?
More directed to Mr. Boone. You know, the majority of our water system, and is the 4,000 units that you're predicting, are you considering those to be old services, or that's our total number of services?
That's total.
Okay, so really, we aren't going to do anything from the main to the meter or to the house on the large majority of those, because we put them in, we bid the job, we know what it is, and then they didn't have a main out there from the house to the meter because the water wasn't available. So we inspected all of that, and it wouldn't have been anything with lead in it. I don't see what it is we're spending all the money on. And
So Emily, correct me if I'm wrong, we've got unit prices in the contract.
if it's unit prices, that's a different animal.
And the second thing I would say is just, they may have had a well, they could have a different service line, so that it's not just from the main to the meter, it's all the way to the house. So there could be older service lines that were connected to wells.
I see
And then were
that.
connected to the main.
I see that possible, but
But
most of the time,
verify we
those
got
things
unit
went to
price?
the house.
Yep, you don't have, I thought you had potholes.
No, it breaks it down. I mean, we have this field survey excavation that's broken out per area, and the approximate number of samples or potholes expected at each area.
Correct.
So we can calculate, yes. It's just not explicitly written out.
So that's something I would like to look at.
I would agree with Commissioner Howell and like for us to consider tabling this to our next meeting and getting more information on it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is that a motion?
If you will ask for, if you'll take it as a motion, yes, sir.
Second.
I would take it as a motion. You're off. Got a motion from Commissioner Davis and a second from Commissioner Howell to table this until our June 16th meeting. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Howell?
And just one more thing for staff, just for me going forward, I really need to see the contract on anything that we do, that we're going to spend this kind of money on, and look at the details, because she just mentioned there's some things that can be tweaked or changed, and the more eyes that can look at this, I think we've got to be frugal with our citizens' money, and we just need to have visibility. I mean, we are asking, and we're responsible as the commissioners for approving $2 million to be spent. We need to see not just the 80,000 foot, but the actual details of it before, I do personally, before I can give a vote, yeah, and I'm not against this at all, just need to see the details.
Saying the proposal that we received from Matt Gay, that they, to be signed, it should be in your packet.
That's the agreement, not the contract.
I say that's, so far, that's the only thing that we have. Now, I mean, we have the contract with the state.
That's the legal binding document, is that correct, Attorney? Mr. Gaynor?
The agreement, I mean, this would be what they're going to deliver for the cost.
But the contract will include all the details, correct?
I mean, the agreement is the contract.
So there's no contract with this other than the agreement?
I don't know. I mean, I would defer to Ms. Moore. It's just-
We will bring everything back to you on the 16th. I'm sorry, we will have it to the board before the 16th.
Thank you.
All right, we got a motion and a second to table this item to June 16th. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Now we move to agenda item number 26, 2025 Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization Project Ordinance. Call on our Finance Director, Nikki Stanton, to present the request. Good morning, or good afternoon again, Ms.
Good
Stanton.
afternoon. Okay, the first one I have is a project ordinance for the Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization. Nash County was awarded $1,655,000 for the 2024 CDBG NR program by the North Carolina Department of Commerce Rural Economic Development Division. The program goals are to rehabilitate deteriorated housing or replace dilapidated housing with new homes. Eligible households must be owner-occupied and have a total household income not exceeding 80% of the county's median income. Before you, I have the project ordinance for your approval.
Questions for staff? Any questions? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman. We'll approve.
Moved by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. The motion passes. Move to agenda item number 27. Ms. Stanton will present a request, Housing Urgent Repair Program 2023.
This is a project ordinance closeout. Nash County was awarded $132,000 by the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency under the 2023 cycle through the NC Housing Trust Fund of Urgent Repair Program. The project also included a local match of $5,000. 10 units were assisted, maximizing the URP funds allowable per unit. And this is just your, for your approval, the closeout of the project ordinance.
Questions for staff? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. We'll move to agenda item number 28. Ms. Stanton will present a request, County Capital Projects Fund Ordinance. Ms. Stanton?
Okay, this is just an amendment to the Capital Project Fund Ordinance. It's requesting an additional $24,000 to the Med Park project for additional design work, specifically the HVAC replacement and a related building automation system. So for your approval is just an amendment of $24,000 to the project ordinance.
Question for staff? Commissioner Howell?
Is this the only amendment we've had for this project?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so far.
Other questions? Everybody good? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve the capital project budget ordinance amendment.
Motion by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move to agenda item number 29, budget amendments. Ms. Stanton will stay at the podium and present the request.
All right, this is being done a little bit different. I have slides with each budget amendment on it, so I don't know if I need to go through each one individually or if you've had time to look at it and have any questions for any of these.
Does the board wish her to go through each slide?
Yes, sir.
Please do. Go
Okay.
through each slide.
All right, the first one is for the sheriff's office. This is just the joint grant application with the City of Rocky Mount's JAG program. The Nash County Sheriff's Office will be utilizing the funding for handheld ballistic shields for patrol members. There are no county funds required. It's moving $11,890. The second one. Do I click?
Does anybody have any questions on the first one? Go ahead.
All right, the second one is the asset forfeiture fund, and we are just taking the fund balance from asset forfeiture for $40,000, and we are moving it to expense for vehicles used towards the purchase and upfit of a vehicle.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
All right, the next one is kind of in the same lines. It's also taking any revenue from the surplus auction, $6,901, and moving it toward the vehicle line to help in that purchase of a vehicle and upfit.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
All right, senior services, HCCBG grant fund amounts. We are just taking the revenue and moving it to where it's needed in general transportation, medical transportation, Rocky Mount Meals on Wheels, the Wright Center, just reallocating the revenue funds.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
Public utilities. They are, the amendment is to cover the cost of materials, equipment, and labor for the repairs at the Highway 97 booster pump station, $70,000.
Questions? Commissioner Howell?
Has that been repaired now, Mr. Boone? We're good on that now? The booster?
We are still waiting on 2 pumps. They've been ordered, so we've repaired one of the existing 2 pumps. It is an operation we've made. We've installed a bypass, so if that pump fails, we can install a bypass pump. So everything is working at the moment, but it's working at the moment.
Other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
All right, emergency medical services, to appropriate fund balance to purchase an ambulance based on age and needs of fleet. This is $345,000 from fund balance appropriation.
Any questions? Commissioner Howell?
That particular ambulance, when was that approved by the board? That was when we were already pre-approved for a while back, right? Just been waiting on delivery?
We verbally committed to a second ambulance, but this is the board taking official action to approve the purchase and to put the funding in place to pay for that ambulance.
And that'll come out this fiscal year.
That will be budgeted this fiscal year, but is not expected to be delivered until early 2026, if I recall. Late this calendar year. Late this calendar year. I think actually December.
Other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
Okay, and the last one is just the budget amendment to transfer the funds to the county capital project fund from the last budget ordinance that you approved for $24,000.
Any questions on this one? Okay, so without objection, we will vote on all budget amendments with one motion. Everyone good with that? Commissioner Davis?
Oh, if we could go back to item number 5, Mr. Boone, you list the word professional services, $42,000. Was that professional services a contractor doing the work?
Yes.
Okay. So it's
Chuck Brasman Associates.
right, so it's not professional services, it was the contractor.
It is, but it was billed to professional services.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, so again, without objection, we'll vote on all budget amendments with one motion. Everybody good with that? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Budget amendments are passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now call on the Assistant County Manager, Tia Fula, to present board appointment request.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We have a few board appointments for your consideration. First, we will start with the Turning Point Workforce Development Board. Please consider the following 4 business employee recommendations for the Turning Point Workforce Development Board. Janae Massey with Ilco, Rhonda Massey with Poppy's Bakeries, Tatisha Evans with McLean, and Jake Pitchford with Performance Plus Auto Repair.
Excuse me, I think the second one you meant, was it Perry or Massey? I thought you said Massey. The first one was Massey.
Janae Massey, Rhonda Perry. I'm
Gotcha.
sorry, did I
No, I
forgive
might
me.
have misheard.
Janae Massey was the first, Rhonda Perry was the second, Tatisha Evans, and Jake Pitchford. All 4 are eligible, willing, and recommended for appointment. If approved, their 2-year terms will run through June 30th, 2027.
Okay, we'll take these as we come to them. Without objection, we'll do all 4 with one motion.
Mr. Chair, I think you probably don't need to vote on your appointment.
Okay. I don't need to vote. I'm working on Turning Point
Oh, I'm
Workforce
sorry,
Development.
I was thinking,
Is
you
that
said, are
what
you going to vote for them all at one time,
I'm
or
going to vote for number 2.
each? Okay, that's fine.
I'm going
I'm
to take
sorry.
them separately as I
I'm
get
sorry,
to
I
them.
misunderstood what you
And
were
then you
saying.
can explain to me what you were saying about number 3. All right, we're back to number 2, Turning Point Workforce Development. Any questions on those appointments or reappointments? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying, is there a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Howell, second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Those people are appointed. If you would someone would notify them. The
Yes,
next
sir.
item is, go ahead, Ms. Fuller.
Thank you. Board of Trustees at Nash Community College, please consider the reappointment of J. Wayne Outlaw to the Board of Trustees at Nash Community College. His present term expires on June 30th, 2025. A letter of support is included in your board packet. Mr. J. Wayne Outlaw is eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment. If approved, his four-year term will run through June 30th, 2029.
Thank you. Now, your comment, Mr. Gainer?
I just don't think you should vote on your reappointment.
I agree with you.
Okay.
So I would recuse myself based
Correct.
on your recommendation.
Yes.
All right. All
I'm
right.
sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Any questions on that appointment or that reappointment?
Make a motion that we accept it.
Got a motion from Commissioner Howell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Well, I appreciate the reappointment.
Thank you.
Now go to number 4, and then you'll do number 5. And these two are just for information only.
Yeah, do you have the planning board in your packet? I have 2 for the Nash County Planning Board. That would be the next one
I
for
do
me.
not, but if you have 2 for the planning board, then
Yes, sir.
please go ahead and do it.
Thank you. The terms of the following 2 members of the planning board are set to expire on June 30th, 2025. Chairman DeLeon D. Parker Jr., which is in Commissioner District Number 5, and Vice Chairman Jimmy Glover in Commissioner District Number 4. Both are eligible and recommended for reappointment to a third and final consecutive 3-year term. If approved, their terms will run through from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2028.
Any questions on that? Hearing none. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second by
Second.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Thank you so much. I have 2 for, I guess, consideration. The Upper Coastal Plain Council of Governments, I've brought this to the board. I think this may be the 3rd time. The Upper Coastal Plain Council of Government is currently seeking to fill a vacancy for the Nash County at-large member. This role must be occupied by a non-elected and non-appointed individual residing within Nash County. The ideal candidate would be someone with time to serve who understands local to regional cooperation, collaboration, and service delivery. So if you have anyone that you think would be good for this board, please reach out to me. I'm happy to send them an application.
I've got one. We can tell you, I'll get with you after.
Fantastic, thank you. All right,
Thank you.
finally, the Consolidated Health and Human Services Board. The Consolidated Health and Human Services Board is actively seeking to fill several vacancies on its board. They have received applications and will vote on them during their June 19th meeting. So I do hope to have recommendations for this body at our July Board of Commissioners meeting. Thank you for your
Thank you, Ms.
patience with
Fuller.
this board.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, we'll move now to agenda item number 31, elect the voting delegate to the 2025 NACO Annual Conference Business Meeting. Call on the county manager to present the request.
Yes, sir. So this item comes before the board each year before the NACO Annual Conference, and prior to today, we were anticipating Commissioner Fred Belfield to attend this conference. However, I've been notified that he needs to cancel. So Nash County will not have a representative at the NACO conference. Therefore, we will not vote on a delegate today.
Well, do we have any member of the board that has interest in attending that conference in Mr. Belfield's place? Hearing none,
Okay.
we'll move on.
The next item is to elect a voting delegate for the NCACC Annual Conference, the 118th Annual Conference of the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners will be held August 21st through the 23rd in Pitt County. The board will need to elect a voting delegate to represent Nash County. We have the following commissioners registered to attend: Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Belfield, Commissioner Leggett, and Commissioner Wilkins.
Okay, we need to elect a voting delegate. Between those 4, does anyone from that group wish to make a recommendation? or anyone on the board for that fact.
I believe I was the voting delegate last year. I'm happy for any of the other members to serve as that voting delegate as well.
Commissioner Leggett has expressed that she was the voting delegate last year, and she would do that again if desired by the board, but she's open to someone else doing it. Is there a recommendation for a voting delegate?
Mr. Chairman, I would nominate Marvin Arrington if he's willing to accept it. I think I was a delegate year before last, maybe, or maybe I'm thinking about the national conference. But if Mr. Arrington would accept, I think we should pass the love around, so.
Would you be agreeable to that, Commissioner Arrington?
Okay, I'll
A
share the
little love for you.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
all right.
Commissioner Leggett, are you good with that? Okay. Any other discussion from the board? All right, the motion is to, Commissioner Arrington will be our voting delegate to the 2025 NCACC Annual Conference. Is there a motion to that effect? Or did I do the motion? I did, I'm sorry, you're right. All right, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
I'll second the
Need a
motion.
second?
I'm sorry, I'm really confused.
That's okay.
I'll second the motion.
Who made the motion? Commissioner
I did.
Wilson? All right, Mr. Davis seconds the motion. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. All right, we'll move now to agenda item 33, commissioner comments. Is there any commissioner who has any comments? Any comment, Commissioner Wilkins?
I have one quick comment, and I hope I'm not jumping the gun and going to beat the county manager, but I just wanted to let the public know who don't know. I just want to congratulate our Department of Social Services Director and staff for, Madam Manager, you may be able to say it better than me, for being released from state oversight with the State Department of Health and Human Services. And so that was a wonderful moment. We received the email. It was in the local media. And so just congratulate Danita DeVega, like I said, and everyone at DSS for going through this. Now they are in regular oversight, I believe, without the state. So congratulations to them, and I hope I didn't overstep.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
Other comments? Commissioner comments? Mr. Davis?
I did not receive a housing or permit email this month, so I'm not sure what happened to that, but anyway, I will not have the housing report, sir. I know y'all were anxiously waiting on it.
Maybe we could have that for you for the 16th.
Okay.
There you go. Any other comments? Commissioner comments? All right, I've got one item. I've discussed this with Commissioner Arrington. Town of Castaic is having a 4th of July event and parade. They are inviting the commissioners to participate, and at Commissioner Arrington's request, I will coordinate that event. I think I've heard from a couple of commissioners already, so if you'd let me know at your earliest possible convenience, if you would be participating in that, I would appreciate it, and I'll put a copy of this email that I received from the town of Castaic in your mailbox before I leave today. Any other commissioner comments?
Yeah. Well, normally I would be attending, but I have another convention to attend on that same week.
I'd be honored to coordinate it, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll move now to manager's report, and I call on the county manager to make the report.
Thank you. Just a couple of items. The small business celebration through the Rocky Mount Area Chamber of Commerce is tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. at Brown Auditorium, for those of you who are planning to attend. And this Friday, cross your fingers, there is a grant award announcement in Nags Head for one of our grants for the new recreation center. So hopefully we will receive good news at the end of this week that I can share with the board. I will reach out and let you know how we fared with that. And then I would just do want to say thank you to everyone. This has been quite the budget season, and I do thank all of your participation and interaction, and I think we have a good, solid budget for moving forward, so I look forward to continue to working with the board on that. And I would like to turn it over to Mr. Boone to give the board an update on the Southern Nash Water Project.
Thank you, ma'am. So this report's related again to the Southern Nash County Wastewater Planning Grant Study. And a lot of work still continues on that project, a lot of technical work relating to the report itself is under development. Continue to have ongoing conversations with the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality about speculative limits. And again, just to refresh your memory, the speculative limits basically dictate the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus that can be discharged to the Tar River. And the reason that is important is because that will inform the group that's working on this, the amount of credits that will have to be purchased. And we kind of need that information before we start having conversations with the Tarpan Basin Association. So that work continues. I understand there was some exchanges between the state and the Wooten Company earlier last month, getting some additional clarification on that. So we're waiting to hear back from the state. I think they reached out to us on the 14th. The Wooten Company responded by the 21st, so we're still waiting on a final answer from the state about our speculative limits. But again, they continue to work on the report, the cost opinions based on 3 different alternatives for a wastewater treatment plant, a regional wastewater treatment plant. But the most important thing we've got on the horizon, we have a meeting coming up on July 11th that will be hosted here in this building in the Commissioners' conference room, where we will have a virtual call with an attorney from Parker Poe that has worked with a couple of regional authorities to address questions from the committee and also to talk a little bit about their experience working with communities setting up regional water, sewer, or water and sewer authorities. And we've also reached out, and I say in this case, when I say we, I'm referring to the Wooten Company, reached out to the CEO with the Onslow Water and Sewer Authority and asked for his participation in that same meeting. So again, just trying to educate the committee about the process of developing an authority and really what goes into development of an authority. But continuing to forge ahead and looking to have a draft report to share with the committee and then the larger board next month, certainly no later than the 1st of August. The other item I wanted to share related to utilities, again, we talked about the lead service line replacement program earlier in the agenda today and the number of water and sewer customers we have. We did have an issue last month, as did many county and municipal utilities using an off-site bill print vendor that closed their doors without any notice. One that we used closed their doors. And so we had a delay in getting utility bills out to our customers, so we've been working through that. We've delayed our cutoffs. Because of that, we have tried to go to the extraordinary steps of putting door hangers on customers' doors. We've actually manually printed out bills and sent those to the customers. So we appreciate their patience as we've worked through this process and working with us as we were making this transition to a new bill print vendor. Staff has identified a vendor. I think they met with either 2 or 3. And we expect to have our May, we generally print bills at the end of May. Those bills should go out barring no unforeseen hiccups the end of this week. So again, just want to thank our customers for their patience during this process. We did not anticipate this hiccup, but again, we were in a lot of communities. The state of North Carolina, you may have saw a news report on WRL about the state ran into a similar situation. But we reacted as quickly as we could. We've identified an alternate vendor and should have bills out the end of this week. That said, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, Mr. Boone, Commissioner Davis?
The time of the July 11th meeting, please.
2:30 p.m.
2:30. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Boone? Any questions for the manager? Okay. think we made it. I now call for a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Let me finish, Ms. Wilson, Commissioner Wilson. I call for a motion to go into closed session for economic development, attorney-client privilege, and personnel.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Wilkins, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Mr. Gaynor, do we expect any action? No action is expected, so we will now move into closed session. Okay, Commissioner Belfield had to step away for a minute, but we've got a quorum, so call the regular meeting back to order. We have one item to address from closed session, and I would call on Commissioner Davis to give a little background and address that item.
What was discussed was a personnel matter related to the Assistant Director of Utilities and Facilities. A discussion was along the line of changing the name of that particular title in that position from Assistant Director of Public Utilities and Facilities to the Deputy Director of Utilities and Facilities. The existing pay grade was at 123. We discussed changing the pay grade with the change in the name to 124. The salary range would be from 85 to 84 to 137,344, which was a mid-range of 111,313. And we proposed a starting salary of that new title to be 101,000. That is a motion that I make, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell, motion by Commissioner Davis. Any discussion needed? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. I think that concludes our business for today, thankfully. So is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.